What's up, you son of a bitches? You sons of bitches? I think that's I'd take 2 takes on that one. So, yeah, we did a little micro stream of this before, and then I closed the game, and it didn't save me winning this fight, but it saved before it. Questionable autosave, but we're gonna fight him again. I just deleted that stream. Okay. It's 20 minutes. I finished the quest to find all the planters. The last ones were in the ranger house. Oop. Wrong ability. I guess it's fine. I'll use air wall again anyways. Now, there's no way to speed up the animations. I checked. There's ways to change level scaling and shit though. I haven't had that work in the last like 10 attempts. Status blocked. Jesus. Fine. I don't know. Because I fused. That's when the lyrics come on. Yeah. Like I said, the music itself is fine, but it doesn't quite fit what's going on. When it's like a cutesy Pokemon little indie game. Right, like stuff like 2E can get away with it. Because it's like got a whole lot of style. Attempt is going way worse than my first one. I beat him the first time, but my game didn't save after. It's a little cheesy for a game like this, but luckily the story doesn't happen too often, so you kind of just get used to the tunes. And it's luckily the music tends to not be bad despite being super unfitting. This one's a little too cheesy for me, but their stuff's cool. Okay, it does kill them. I wasn't sure. It just feels very like they just wanted to do it. like we're just gonna put this like alt rock song on here. Most of the soundtrack. Loosely connected to the cassette thing and then call it a day. Well, that was fun. I respect it. And it doesn't come across as really cheesy. Jesus. Black smoke, huh? Not as smooth that time around. But still win. I don't really need to like min-max it. Maybe when we hit like a wall or if I'm just feeling it. Get back to the exploration for now. This cheesy dude. Cheesy triangle man. Alright. Let's get back into it, man. So we could check this area. I don't know how many more moves there are to find. I'm sure there's others. And yeah, I don't really want the scaling to be too aggressive. I like the feeling of actually like having like a reward for the exploration getting stronger than some shit. I think they said you could adjust it like really to the T, yeah, it looks like, but seems like for the most part it's only for like major story shit, and it doesn't fully scale it, which works for me. is this? Some serious cold chip. Alright, well I do think some of my guys don't have high enough damage. Let's see if I can make some adjustments. I like that. I don't need to like min-max or nothing, but at least get some basics out. Oh, it doesn't? Weird. Yeah, the whole thing's always seemed kind of wacky, iffy. Only in recent memory have people actually started sharing them at all. Into the void with the sorry, man. We know. We've taken note. We know you're good for it, man. Acorn mortar. Thank you for watching Cassette Bees. Did anyone in here not played a Pokemon game? Like a mainline one? There ain't no shame in it, that's for sure. Just curious, since it's such a big series. You've never finished one? You started some? Was it like when you were younger? Or? There's tons of shame. I think there's no shame. If you didn't get into it early in your life, it's not like the ones nowadays are any good. Yeah, can I? Black and white was the one. That one's decent. We added another cat head shaking emote for everyone's pleasure. Oh, and I added a monkey emote. I wonder if I can climb vines at some point. There's just something about animals going fucking insane. That's just funny. Any secrets back here? Are you cultist fucks?
Huh?
I wouldn't mind leveling up my ulcer. Do I have one right now? No, I put it away. I already had enough steel guys. I'm gonna level up the frilly pad. Having a nice 2 cost, it's pretty good. For power, right at the start. Quick kill. I don't even remember this, man. I just got fucked. She used to be a part of this group. Flying saucer creature will emerge from its shell if given the ability to remain close to its opponent. What is that? Well, now I really want to level him. Get like a special evolution. What did I put away? Remain close to his opponent. Close encounter? Let's be up. Alright. I can't tell if Grampus is gonna like rank up again. I don't know if he is, actually. I think there's just a different... I think they said if you give the elf a toy, he turns a certain way. I think they mean toy hammer. I'm gonna go grab another one and see. Let me grab one of these for now. Where are these nerds at? New World Park, East Sam Woods, New World Park, great. Okay. It's a lot of location. There's a higher chance probably underground, but who knows for sure. See if we can't find one. I want to get these like special evolutions. Yeah, that grandpa seems like he's leveling too fucking slow. We're not leveling, but his emotional leveling, whatever it is. Too slow. But he's in like all of these places. Guess we just kinda have to get lucky. What is this lava?
Uh-oh.
Is that elite? At least we could down this guy's attack power. Anytime a starter grade's in a fucking fight, man, it's so annoying. They just have like super fucking defense. They don't do much. They just have a lot of defense. They just make the fight a slog. These elite fights with elite fusions are supposed to have like more rare moves and dudes that are fused into them, I guess. Apparently. Don't care too much, but depends on who it is. Smog Magot. I've seen him before. This should work. If you use the counter type that actually like debuffs their attack power, they get like really big. Juicing, and we're using a fire tape. It's only 70%. Smegma. Nice. I think that's probably that bullet guy taken to his like final form. Fucking Smegma, dude. Oh. Well, that just happened. Need like a rock. Just one, please. Like reset all my shortcut. Does that? Kind of goofy. Really not all of them, probably just switches. Just looking for one of those elves. Good God, Jesus. I do think the delay in between each attack and animation going off is a touch long. I think having that be as like tight as humanly possible. I guess MT does that well. For how long, you know. You're gonna generally be how many times you're gonna be seeing these animations. Like, Pokemon does it really bad. This has been fine, I would say overall. It's not like an issue. Like there's this kind of like just a little split second delay in between like buffs going off and shit. When you have like a lot of pre-buffs or anything like that, I can take a bit. It's rancid in Pokemon. You're getting like a couple seconds in between every little thing, it feels like. Makes like wanting to do the fights really annoying. Fuck. I'm just looking for one of those elves, man. good place for it. It's like I could run from these, but they die so quick. Might as well farm like a light bit of trendy points off it. You don't get much, but. I don't know if they're like nighttime only. I don't think I've ever seen him in a fight with these guys. Brothers? It does need to be night, or they're just rare. I mean, I fought a few. I mean, they pretty much told me this fucking elf is just on anywhere on this map almost. There was another one too, I don't remember, like a level up one where you give it a certain move and something happens. I don't remember the note for that though. I remember the elf one because it kind of stood out weird. But I thought like they could hold items, so that was what the idea was, but... I don't think that was it at all. I guess he's up north too, we could explore up there. Random starter hurricane's pretty good. Jagged edge rare. Why not? Relatively quick process though, I feel like to get these guys to 5 stars compared to like grinding them legit. You don't even have to use them. Like it's a bit of effort, but it's not like too bad. I guess we'll just start heading up there, man. See if we get an elf on the way. Let's evolve this monkey though. Okay. I get they're trying to have like little party talks and connections. Yeah. I don't think anything's happening for me there, man. Like I said, it barely happens as is. That's pretty harmless. Whoops. You gotta pick the aspect he became. I didn't see what was what. I would have picked lightning anyways. I went from a monkey to like a fucking dowsing rod. Like a pinball or something. Oh, one of those little the balls on the stick. I can pull somebody out for a bit. I don't know if that guy has another rank. This faucet probably does. I want to find the elf again, man. Yeah, some of this stayed, but not all of it. Oh. Plasmailer. Nutty. So we can capture him, fuck it. Gotta buff him then. Enough damage. I guess this is the monkey's other form. I guess it's lighting either way. Maybe it was just like the stat focus. Great. Spray him down. Hose him. Oh, I see. These are enemies too. Didn't realize that at first. I feel like these elves are actually kind of rare. I don't know if they're always a part of a group or. pick some shit up. The random starter's pretty nice for this kind of shit, dude. Now I can just pick any of your moves too. If you really wanted to go apeshit, you could just do a random starter with your strongest move. Oh. Well, that's all good. The card days. Alright. Hey, what's with all these motherfuckers using this guy, man? Give me a fucking break, man. This guy's like the Zubat of this game. The Zubat had like, was a Snorlax instead with how fucking like defensive he was. Gin and tonic? Jesus. Good God, man. I felt proud on that one. Seems like other than accuracy, everything's 100%, like status effects and shit. Which is cool. I like, you know, a bit more strategy. Not just always having it rely on mitigating RNG. Not that there isn't some of that anyways. But yoink goes around. Oop. Swap to something else. I don't even know. I think maybe steel is good against electricity. I don't know. Earth. Yeah, lowers is a... What the... Oh, I could just do any of that. Good, we'll never get to see it. I just killed him outright, man. Good God. all pretty good there. Bunch of fucking debuffs because of the multi-typing. What's up, Sam? Plant type attacks, ground the electricity of lightning. Okay. Overkill, man. Still on the warpath trying to find another elf, man. I don't make it easy for you. That shit was more rare than I gave it credit for. Or like I said, it's only nighttime. Could be. I just have to drag this thing around everywhere. Oh, this is the one they want me to bring to that other location. Way back in town. I don't have to just drag it. Oh, gee. So I need 2 normal ones too. I want to find another elf, bro. I mean, I fought a fair few already, but didn't think to get one again. Oh, we got a bucket we could use here. There's a rock too. Alright, well, we got our tools, we just need to take the time to get them everywhere. Holy. Apparently that counts as on still? That shouldn't count. It's probably just fucked. That's just fucked. Window. Another cultist. Oof.
Well.
Oh, this is the mall. We're supposed to take that other chick, yeah. That was a nice random start. Tofu sack. Haunted. Oh, it probably is, buddy. Ghost Pokemans. The Mimikyu. Shame the multi-target doesn't pop up before air wall. If you randomly get the air wall. Speedrun. What was Mind Meld do? Other than give me more XP? Here's its moves with its ally. Not really that great, but the 10%. extra XP wouldn't be too bad. I mean, I'm sure that's OP in the right hands. I don't know if it just gives 10% XP by default or if you have to use it. And coins. Aristotle. You say so, man. Missed. Oh, he's got evasion on. Evasion's pretty gnarly. Oh, is this passive 10% extra XP?
Oh!
Where are these elves, man? Maybe nighttime does make a big difference. Oh, good. Crashed. Let's hope the autosave's a little better this time. Wonderful. I thought my computer was going, but no. Just the game. Feeling some raw fury soon, man. You get one. Crash is happening. Want to be set back years here. Yeah, this fucking game engine, right? Come on. Okay, looks like it saved it. Fine. And something to put there. I got shite. Story of my life in this game, man. Just need a thing to put somewhere. It's the finding it that's the problem. There's one. It's 0 in the Kwamis, but I wait until the Winter case actually got on sale. Jesus, dude. Somebody's really happy with their sound system. You should have to go to jail for what I'm hearing right now. Like, that's loud enough and pounding enough from a street over that honestly, it could probably cause somebody a fucking problem, man. Like if you're like old and stressed or something. Sorry, yeah, I mean, you should, they're fun. They tend to, I mean, I know you don't have Game Pass, but they're all on Game Pass and stuff like that, so. They tend to be, point is they tend to be pretty good about getting it out there and really cheap for people to get into. What the fuck, that looked like me for a sec. So I wouldn't be surprised if they made it cheaper even, but what is it right now? That's what the bundle. Yeah, I mean they have so many games, I think they just want people to catch up and play them and shit. Oh my god, someone needs to break this fucker's sound system, dude. Like, you don't accidentally have your sound be that loud, man. I'm on the second floor, a street away, and this shit is like bothering me. It's probably fucking rattling somebody's fucking eardrums, man. The bundle's 30. That's definitely the way to go. Oh, not on sale. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they go on sale. I mean, if you're really looking to get into them right now. But I wouldn't be surprised if they go on sale. Surprised they're not already. With the man who erased his name coming out so recently. And the thing is, they got Infinite Wealth coming out in January, so there's probably going to be like a series sale soon anyway, so. They tell me this is where I could find these guys, but I've never seen an elf up here. I'm just after an elf, dude. Let's see if online there's some info. I mean, they tell you in game where they are, but I don't see shit really. I already got one before, I just want to go in again to level them differently. Goto's already on Yakuza 6, so. We'll see when you start that. You get Yakuza-itis after a bit, so you kind of have to wait it out. Oh, gotcha, yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, big series fans will tell you that Kiwami 2 is inferior to the PS2 version. This is some cinematography and tonal shit. I thought it was fine, but I mean, I haven't played the original. But Kiwami 1, definitely the way to go. 0 is great. So, you get a bundle that just happens to have Kiwami 2 in it, so you might as well just go for that.
Yes.
Yeah, if you go through the whole series, you'll be an up and down kind of gameplay differences here and there. Since Kiwami 1 and 2 are remakes. But the gameplay is always relatively simple action combat. It's all about kind of what they start adding in on the side. And the story they tell. Because 0 came out after 5? Yeah, that's your biggest rough spot. 3's fine. I mean, I think it's one of the lesser games. Some people swear by it. But it's one of the most important games for Kiryu's story. Wouldn't skip it. Chilling around. Oh yeah, for sure. Doing subquests and all the side content's a lot of fun. And that always just keeps getting better. All sorts of crazy mini games that'll take like there's some, man, that it's like a whole game in themselves. And you'll get a bunch of those throughout the playthrough. They're nice, dense open worlds instead of like ones that are about kind of needing to run around forever and ever. No, you don't have to. There's I think 2 moments in the series off the top of my head where you actually have to play Mahjong. But you could just use a cheat tile and auto win. I'm pretty sure. But I mean, if you wanted to technically 100% them, which is filling out the entire checklist, which usually almost no content, especially later in the series, will ever require for actual subquests. But if you just want the checklist, then yeah, you'd have to learn Mahjong. Yeah. Scampire. take these guys out first. Your Team Rocket adjacents. The main thing about Tiny Tina's Wonderland, well, I haven't played it, but I mean, it's made by Randy Pitchford. It's part of Borderlands. It's got Tiny Tina. Those are all bad things. They'll never let the fucking series die. I haven't played it, so I can't speak. In absolutes. Yeah, Klitsu would never do it. I have zero interest in ever playing Tiny Tina, although they have said they got a sequel coming. Yeah, I mean, I could tell you from the trailers I fucking hate the comedy. But, that's just me. Really annoying, so random. The nice thing about it, I mean, it's nice that they kinda moved away from just typical Borderlands. It is still Borderlands, but just with like a different skin, but you know. I appreciate that they realized they can't just do Borderlands forever. They got another Borderlands coming, so. You know. This all shitty graphics, right? Yeah. I don't know, that's just one of those games that just passed me by. I haven't even played Borderlands 3 or the pre-sequel. You don't like any games? Rough. Let's take a peek. I'll tell you. That I like, just like. Let's see here. Let me finish this fight so I don't have to hear this heartbeat shit. Okay. The old PowerPoint, huh? Or not the PowerPoint, spreadsheet. We'll just go like 3 months or something. Those are yours, yeah. They seem good. I wish I could play on like maybe to it eventually.
Right.
Alright. What have I played in the last few months I like? At the end of the year, I'll go through the whole year. Let me do the big end of the year chit chat. I'll probably do it over 2 or 3 days, but yeah, bring any topics you guys want to bring up. It'll be like the last 3 days of the year, so anything you guys want to talk about, the year, the industry, your favorite games, shittiest games, just anything games. Let's go back just a few months, huh? Well, I liked Baldur's Gate. Of course. I liked Armored Core 6 a lot. That was one of my favorite games this year. Metal Metal Hellsinger was pretty alright. You like shooters. Slayer's X was not a bad boomer shooter, making fun at 2000's Edge. Proteus was pretty fun too. I liked Cyberpunk. Did not like most of this. Oh, I really liked Dordogne. PS5. Depends. I mean, if your computer can't run stuff, I use my PS5 because I rent games on GameFly. Otherwise, they don't really have any exclusives. There's like a couple. But if you don't have a next gen capable thing like a computer or something, I mean, that's probably the way to go, yeah. Yeah, I liked our Dogne a lot. I liked Zero Ranger. I liked Bookwalker, Thief of Tales pretty well. Most of these are on Game Pass too. Mario Bros. Wonder was good. Void Stranger was great. Definitely one of the best games this year. Liza P was good. Good Souls like. Pseudo Regalia was great. One of the best feeling 3D platformers. It's got iffy parts elsewhere, but just the feel and all the moves you get are really great. Fuck Spider-Man. Foxy Star. No, I like talking about this shit. Do you guys have any you want to talk about in particular? Or games you guys liked in the last few months? I mean, like I said, the end of the year we'll have the big talk, but you're just looking for recommendations. I mean, that's how I find a lot of games is people telling me. I'm just skipping over the shit I didn't really care about. Yakuza Gaiden was cool if you like Yakuza. We never played Yakuza, you might as well. I mean, you kind of need to go back to the beginning. I just did Smile for Me today. That was cool. That was a cute little wholesome game. Yeah, so the last few months I'd say I liked those. Armored Core 6, Void Stranger, or Dogne, maybe even Cyberpunk. The Regalia, Liza P. I think those were probably like the best ones off the top of my head. But this year's been big. Oh, also Baldur's Gate, I guess. Yeah. But this year's been pretty big for gaming. It'll be an interesting end of the year talk. Yeah, I like Pseudo Regalia. Just really cool fucking move tech. I mean, if you don't like freestyling and you don't have a creative soul in your body when it comes to 3D platforming, you might not find that it creates very like distinct challenges for you. Like you're not like forced to do a certain kind of move tech. It just has a lot of it available to you. So if you want to get stylish and wild, it lets you for sure. Got a funky story and what little there is, and I find the labyrinthian nature of it to get a little old, and also the revive system's kind of bad for something where you just want to pointlessly just kind of do really hard platforming just because you chose to, and then you kind of have to like go find save points all the time. But overall it's cool, and it's really cheap. This one's been good so far too, or solid, I guess. We'll see in the long run. Definitely got some weird tone issues. But in terms of just like a Pokemon type of game where you just run around and explore, it's pretty off the rails, and there's a lot of like fun movement tech, or not movement tech, but kind of Metroidvania-esque unlocks you get. This looks like his final one, man. Kufo. Cool. Yeah, I was gonna say when Sam said that, I was like, I'm pretty sure it's even cheaper than that. But I just don't. I was like, I just figured I was wrong. Better areas. In what way? Like aesthetics? I think they nailed the kind of old, like PS1 era platformer aesthetic. The music was just kind of like, I don't know how to put it, of that era, right? It didn't feel like they were just throwing in like random ass like songs. And then some of the stretched tiles and just the look of them all felt pretty right. I don't think there's a lot of landmarks. They're not like a Banjo Kazooie kind of interesting. I definitely think they could be better, but they were fun to like platform around in. I don't think they're distinct enough, like I said, landmark wise, that the labyrinth nature of it quite worked out. I definitely think they could do better area wise. I don't disagree with you. But I think the controls and the gameplay is just so good that it's one of those like, it doesn't bother me just because that's so good. But it'd be cool if they took the same kit and put it in something stronger. I didn't 100% it either. I got close, but I was just like kind of, it's like I think it's got really great gameplay, but like I was kind of just done with it by the end because of that. Because of the labyrinth, I don't think it really worked out super well. It's still cool enough. Where are these fucking elves? Elves. So I'm pretty sure I've only personally found them like in cave. Oh, what caves? Maybe just nighttime too. And Tsukihime? I don't know. Need to dig her out of you. I don't know. Koda still hasn't finished it. I got a lot of other shit to get to, but soon enough. I don't really know. I really kept up with it because I'm not watching it. You have 5 evolutions, or does it just depend on what you pick, man? Well, coming soon. Selfless guys. Hard to rare them. I just wanted to grab one real quick and then just fucking move on, bro. Actually, that quick start could end up being an issue. Might finally find one of these guys and they get fucking killed, then. What other caves do we got, man? I don't even mention all the caves. Nope. If I find one, I find one. I'm not gonna focus on it anymore, man. Let's go get the other partner. Do the mall. Fucking Joe Rando here. Need to turn on the sticker that lets me hit fucking ghosts. Really have to have special stickers just for this? Jesus, like max requirements. This is the one that lets me hit ghosts. There's facial. I didn't think it was a rare one. It'll be bop. You have a good one. I mean, think about Hollander X, yeah. I don't know. You're a big fan of Hollander X. I mean, I suppose not every one of the little episodic stories worked out to be awesome. Not really that I mean, but there's a couple that aren't super great. I'm gonna fight these ghosts. Guess I don't need to. I got some of the normal ones over here. They did him dirty. Did he have no fun parts in that? And I forgot.
Recording.
Yeah, I don't want to like break in any details or anything on it either. Right, yeah.
Cool.
There's a few funny skits that aren't like perfect for me. But I would want to like mention them. That would be kind of just vague.
Recording. Cool.
Yeah, where's the Neko arc? Sorry, I'm trying to figure something out here. quite understand. I don't get it either. Yeah, Meredith's not even like leveled up. It kind of sucks your party members can level separately. I had no idea that was even a thing. Your explosion time, Rose. Trying to figure out if I got dumped on earlier. I'm just reading a comment wrong. Mysterious. I don't know if this ghost thing's really necessary. Yeah, the do. What's this? Or elaborate tiger comedy, exactly.
Recording.
Well, like a nothing chance of getting this guy. More rider scenes, for me to clickbait with.
Recording.
Oh, for sure.
Idiot.
Meredith's dead. And now so is this fucker. God damn it. Why did they not level the party members with you? It's bizarre. The eternal wait. catch this guy.
Recording.
Yeah, she's good. I don't know. I mean, there's not many characters I don't like how they handled in HA. Everybody just gets a lot more personality. Not that they didn't before, but you guys see a lot more sides of it, right? Who doesn't like cooking, bro? You gotta eat. Bros? Cooking bros? You haven't seen Ren yet? Ren's got some good stuff.
Ugh.
I think this is more linear than I'm letting on. Than I'm expecting. I guess a little cooking. I feel like a big boss here. You only get to some of these by being on one of the sides? They just go side to side, not just from anywhere? do the Emiya cooking game. The Emiya cooking anime. I think the problem with the Emiya cooking game is it's really expensive. Yeah, I finally learned how to cook. Yeah, it's pricey. For what it is, man. $12 Lancer DLC, of course, dude. I was working at the Combini and fishing. Yeah, I want like a fucking fishing game, dude. What all fishing stuff have you seen, Sam? Nothing in here? Gotcha. Dude loves to fish, man. I respect that trait. Do I have to activate the switch over here again? Maybe. Off we go.
What? Huh?
Only. Shit. Be watching the Heaven's Feel movies first, but maybe.
Typical. Ugh.
Dude, this guy's sound system is so annoying.
What?
God, somebody fucking wheel this fucker off to jail, man.
Huh?
Maybe. I don't know. I mean, if they have fun shenanigans in it, it's fine. What is he playing? I don't know. It's a street or two away. They're just in their car blasting shitty music, I think. All I can hear is just constant fucking bass reverb rattling everything in here.
It's nothing.
And I'm on the second floor. They're literally like a street or two away. It must be horrible for everybody on that street. I don't even think it's in his house. I think it's just their car. Status blocked. Right now I'm asleep too because of that. What an awesome fusion. Great value too, yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's got insta-kill too now. Constant sleep and insta-kill. I might just get killed anyways. I should have healed it. I don't know how I could have stopped that from happening. Oh, the trick's just random. No wonder. I'm gonna take a hit every time I hit someone. I'll use defend and raise shield. What? This guy's pretty annoying. No surprise there, man. Her fusing into me and then having that happen at the beginning was like the worst possible thing. Can't use status effects or anything when these guys do it yourself. You can do damage debuffs, but no, just neutralized himself. This doesn't help she's under leveled. Now I'm confused. Oh yeah. I hate fucking random debuff bosses in games. If he's here, I'm still confused. Wonderful. All the same problems. Jesus, what an annoying boss. Maybe try that one. Doesn't help her working with some level 29 total loser.
Oh.
And I've got just totally random fucking Pokemon in my ship because I'm just trying to evolve them. I mean, if we don't get slapped off the bat, it's fine. We can just go back in as is.
What? Huh? It's nothing.
Maybe you have to use these random party members. Last bonds. Take damage each time as they transform. Oh my god, I'm so tired of this dude's sound system, man. It's killing me. Like, go fuck yourself, dude. Oh, I'm sure he thinks he is fucking insanely awesome. course. It's cute, all these are like really different. One guy was like 3D, this is like some old cartoon move. Like I said, I mean, it's all over the place. It's not like there's any of that in any of like the base game at all. I mean, it's just completely just in these boss fights, but it's still cute. I kill these guys. Could play it simple, but I'm just gonna go for the attack. And the crit helped. Yeah, I mean, you get a little bit luckier and it's fine.
We did it!
Were we not even able to fuse before then or something? Oh, time to get rid of this chick, unless they like make me. Like keep her. Especially if you have to level these separately. Why wouldn't I just keep the base chick? There was more up there to find. What's the other saying? Mate.
Oh. You're kinda cool.
Goodbye forever, I hope.
Bonjour. Au revoir. Right.
I could just keep around a party that's actually like strong, but I don't really care that much about that. Kind of going for like catching as many dudes as I can within reason. Kind of like with Pokemon, like I'll catch whatever I see, but I'm not gonna like grind. If it happens, it happens. Yeah, I think we're supposed to bring like a metal box all the way over there, but Jesus, dude.
Greetings! Goodness, thank you!
60.
Hello.
That'll be half of them. Bulletino cartridge short. That's cute. Too bad they're really fucking pricey.
Ta-ta.
I don't know if you grind these or what, but even if I explored the whole thing, I mean, am I gonna get enough of those? Maybe. Oh yeah, it's so good. I mean, if you're underwater, it changes the voice. If you've got the head crab adjacent critter, it uses voice, or it muffles the voice. There's like monsters that, yeah, they like react to proximity. It's just really funny, man. A muskrat here. I've gotten so many. There's like a couple people I watched play it, and I've watched like all of their play of it. It's just so funny. It's one of those like I'd probably get a kick out of playing it myself, but I've watched enough of it now. I get enough enjoyment out of watching it. I just kind of keep doing that. Too scary for me? That's it, sure. But yeah, it's really entertaining. It's pretty simple too, but just neat. I just think the way they handle the scares and stuff is good. Like the AI will do things like just pause or like get near or like hang out around you, but it's not always just like if there's an enemy or fuck kind of thing. It creates just enough like comedic timing. Because if it was always just enemies there, they have a couple quirks to avoid them, and then they just bum rush you. They're probably SCP, like adjacent shit, right? Parallels, I mean. But yeah, it's very entertaining. Any stream I've watched in the last week's been Lethal Company. Infinite Ghost. Okay, good, it's still on. Yeah, hopefully they keep adding like new creatures and maps and stuff. Because really the only like overall progression you even get in that is your level. Otherwise you just lose everything. But it's fun because then you keep coming back to ground zero. It really depends on who you're watching too, but with the right crew, if they're like really bad, it's really funny. Yeah. Well, the dev said there was a monster that existed nobody's even like seen yet. There's the little girl one too that I've never seen live. I only saw a video of it. That only appears for one person. So hopefully they just ghost add shit, yeah. I think that Voices of the Void game does that too. That's another really cool horror game that a little surreal kind of game that just has like events happening and you just kind of play as like a someone trying to discover like aliens using like satellites and shit. I enjoyed watching a whole playthrough of that. I'll probably play through it myself since there's so much randomness to the events once it's fully out. But yeah, I've never seen like a super try-hard team. I think that'd be interesting. I mean, I have seen people like try hard on a team, but they still get fucked because the game's just so, just like unforgiving, which is kind of what's fun about it. But having like people who are just like, yeah, just like kind of shit at it makes it more fun. Binterloper. Oh. Yeah, exactly. It's just really good for just comedic timing. That perfect blend. People screaming because they're getting attacked by something, and then you hear like the turret go off, and then the fucking super loud gunfire, and then the screams just stop. Or like, there's some. It's such a clippable game. It's funny just watching the clip. Some funny clips of people like needing to get a certain amount of money to win, but like the audio dinosaurs like outside their ship. But they're like, we gotta go or whatever. And then they open it up and it's just like right in their face. And the other two people are trying to be quiet, and then one laughs, and then it just like eats them and pulls them off screen. And the third is just fucking just dying, trying to not laugh. It's just like perfect. Let's see if I can find that clip.
God damn it, man.
Where's this clip at? Oh yeah, it's this one. It has like 10 zillion views. This is the group I usually watch. But he's off DreamHack. They did an 8-man. They modded it. It had like an 8-man party. That was interesting too. I like the 4-man better, but the 8-man's funny. You can watch like different perspectives. It's funny with 8-man, you think it'd be like really easy, but like they lost just as hard, if not more. Fucking slurs. More or less. Feel like I've explored this whole place. Yeah, I think we're good. You do? I like it. Call me a freak. I don't have to turn on the heater, get a little blankie on. I mean, I'd rather just be right in the middle, of course. Oh shit. Yeah, the cold fucks with my ears a little bit. Cold tightens it up a little. So yeah, I had apple cider earlier. I got a little bit more pumpkin apple cider. It's good, mate. But I just drank it cold. Yeah. Oh, that's true. This other guy I need cinnamon stick. Ooh, I usually mine's already spiced. But yeah, that's good stuff. I don't think I've ever bought a cinnamon stick. But I imagine, yeah, heat it up with cinnamon stick. Be God mode. Big crit. Yeah, there's a, you know, there's like sparkling juice and stuff. There's like a sparkling cider you can get at like stores too. That shit fuck. I'll get that. Have that cold. I feel like your ally shouldn't be able to interact with some of that stuff. But it's whatever. Holy Jesus. Oh. Damn bastards. I still want to get one of those elves. So I can turn them into a different kind of elf. Turn one into like the evil elf, but pretty sure you could turn one into the good elf. Putting toy hammer on it, but I feel like I've only seen the elves in like the underground. And they said it's not exclusive, so I don't know. Myers C. Okay. What's over here? Team Rocket. He's 5 stars now. I'd like to rank him up, but I don't have to run all the way back out here, so we'll just go ahead and finish it. Ice bag. Who that? Oh, you playing OT right now? That and 100 gold Squeltas is like one of the worst things in OT. OT has like some of the most like actual secrets, and to this day people are still discovering like little fun interactions and Easter eggs and shit like that. But in terms of actual completable stuff, yeah man, big pose and the gold Squeltas. I don't do those more than once. My big pose like glitched when I was playing Arcanian, and I ended up not needing to get them all, but yeah, just for a 4th bottle. I mean, yeah, it's cool having like another fairy for fucking final fight and shit, but I mean, with double defense and 3 fairies, dude, like, you ain't gonna have any issues. That's more about the completionism, I guess. Yeah, what version are you playing? And when's the last time you played it? Oh, cool. Awesome, yeah. That's cool of you to do. I've been wanting to do more. Arcanian's got like the Majora's Mask coming out maybe within a few months. I might wait for that. The last 50? Yeah. What does the last one give you? It's not the wallet, right? Is it just like a fucking big thing of rupees? Or heart piece? I'm thinking 100. I mean, obviously you like unfreeze all the guys or whatever. I think he just keeps giving you rubies infinitely or something. Gold rupee. Okay. Yeah, 50 is not too bad. The problem with the gold Skulltulas is you have to do shit like go back to the Dongas with Scarecrow song on adult and like do hookshot and all that kind of shit, and those can be a bit tedious. And if you don't already know, those can be a pain in the ass. There's a lot of nighttime only, of course. There's a lot of hidden spots in the world too that you have to bomb. You can use the vibrating thing to help you with that. But whatever it's called, the Stone of Agony. OT MM combo randos. That sounds like a lot of fun. I've only done OT randos myself. I'd like to do more though. Yeah. Well, dude, there's so many merchants and shit hidden behind stuff like that. There's holes you can only get to with Song of Storms. I think there's even heart pieces behind them. In Rando, you need to check. Like in the Lost Woods, there's a Song of Storms. Is it Song of Storms? You have to do a Song of Storms to open a hole up near the Sheikah statue. There's one behind the tent in Gerdo that has 1 to 3 merchants. So if you're doing Scrub Rando, there's just like merchants hidden behind Song of Storms, behind the tent and shit. Just random shit. Yeah, that's the thing with that map, is it's way more intricate for sure. I would say Ocarina of Time has more like actual secret stuff, but you gotta work for it a little bit more in Majora's Mask. They just sell ammo. Yeah, there's only a few that give you raw upgrades. Those are the only ones I check for fucking Rando. Yeah, I don't think when I was young I got all the Deku Note upgrades or anything because of that. Oh yeah, it'd be really cool to learn it. We'll just have to learn it then. Wind Waker 100's not simple to do either. Well, okay. There's the not simple because there's just a lot in the game, and then there's the get all the fucking get all of the statue pictures, which is absolutely not worth doing.
Right.
I'm not done TP. I'm not seeing TP Rando. TP is a fun 100%. Minus, I wonder if there's some rupee grinding. I always liked it. I loved replaying it, but I mean, last time I replayed it was for what was it? The Wii U version. Yeah, it's cool you're doing that fast, though. Have fun, man. But yeah, some of what gives OT its longevity is some of those secrets. And really those like ones we're talking about are like pretty simple compared to like the full extent of all the crazy soulful secrets they have. But it also can be a little rough, yeah, 100%. Compared to the other games, they're much more... It's much more in your face about it. Not in your face to like a patronizing kind of extent, but... The sub areas? You mean like the holes in the ground, that kind of shit? MM doesn't have a lot of those, and they're usually fine. MM's strength is its side content, in my opinion. I think they have a lot better job. There's not as much as like random holes in the ground with like one little thing in it. Oh, you mean like... Oh, I see what you're saying. So it's almost like a hub thing. Like Lost Woods has that little corridor. Technically Zora's Domain has the whole area before that. That's kind of its own zone. I guess there's a little corridor to Kakariko. Goron Mountain Climb. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. More like a little linear thing. I never really minded that much. I mean, all it is just those two, right? Gerudo Valley has the little area right before with the bridge, but... And I mean, you have to go through a few areas to get to Spirit Temple, but... I mean, I see what you mean. It's not as like open, like just there in the world. But I don't think it feels like it's like some Crash Bandicoot like branching or something. Right? I guess maybe Crash isn't the best example, but no, I think MM has more. I mean, MM, it's really. I think it's more gamey in MM because you fucking are in this area and then it's literally just like 4 fucking dungeons, literally like fucking cardinal directions around you, but they work it into the story and shit. But there's no like corridors, I guess. They're just kind of just big fat open areas, I suppose. Sort of when you're in there. I got you, yeah. No, I don't think. I mean, MM, like I said, it has like the obvious 4 like gamey areas, but it's also supposed to be kind of surreal like that, so it kind of works out because it is supposed to be like story-wise the the giants in the different cardinal directions. And I don't think there's corridors though. Maybe to Woodfall there's a corridor, kinda. The bay doesn't have one. It opens right to the beach. I would say Kana doesn't have one. I mean, you start in like a canyon area, but it branches and all sorts of shit. And then Snowfall, I suppose that's a little linear, but I don't know. It just feels like a level. Yeah, I get what you're saying, but yeah. I mean, it borrows more from OT than it does like, it's not like it's Wind Waker where it's just, everything's just out there. In Breath of the Wild or something. But it doesn't feel like a Banjo-Kazooie like hub or something, I would say. You don't get too bothered by the, the 4 areas sitting around, yeah. I mean, once you get Epona in the songs, I don't think it's a big deal. I think the idea is it's supposed to give it some scale, especially back then, right? Make it feel a bit more epic. Like you're on your horse and traveling and that kind of stuff. Where obviously that scale and all that doesn't really hit these days. Because like, I mean, because it's really the Hierophil is just there for the horse. There's like a few moments you get to use the horse elsewhere, but like, it's pretty much for the horse, and you don't even need it, the horse, right? It's cool. But yeah, it's almost more for the immersion factor. Because really, other than the heart pieces and the pose, I mean, it's you just kind of hoofing it to each area. But it doesn't take more than like a minute to get to each area. I mean, Big Goron's a testament to that. I mean, that literally is a test to get there. I mean, I guess there's stuff like Bunny Hood you gotta worry about out there too, but that's not like a fun one. Yeah, last time I played it, I 100%ed it again. It's a fun one to 100%. You can be trying for sure, but it's cool. I need to take a piss. No, it's fine. Yeah, I mean, I think it's very well put together. The idea of like going back in time seems really daunting, but like I said, OT has more like secret-y secrets. Like like as long as you just kind of generally gather what's going on. I mean, hell, if you use the bomber's notebook too, I mean, it's not too bad. I mean, there's definitely some quality of life stuff that can be annoying. Stuff like the bomb mask and stuff, right? You kind of have to wait around for certain moments and stuff. I feel like you just put on the song a double time and you can kind of just do whatever the fuck you want. Your big problems are Dongoros. I think that's like the worst thing in the fucking game. That story moment with the Gibdos is pretty annoying before you get to Akana. Because you have to go get a bunch of fucking goofy bullshit. I think Dongoros is probably the worst because you need to go refight most of the bosses and then do like mini bosses, and it's way too fucking annoying. But for the most part, it's like even the couples mask, like yeah, that's the big crazy one, but you can follow everything that's going on. If there was some way to maybe like fast forward time just like a little bit instead of like 6 hours at a time or whatever, that'd probably be the best. But 100% can be kind of goofy there, but other than that, I mean, I feel like none of it's like arcane. It's just there's a little bit more involved, right? I need to quick piss. Like, there's no Skulltulas. There's like they made like dungeons for Skulltulas, right? Yeah, the problem with MM3D is the atmosphere, the boss remake, changing Zora combat and stuff is really bad. Does Minish Cap require gotcha? I don't know, I must have not 100% of that. I must have just done the basics. Yeah, fuck that. I mean, it's definitely the best looking 2D one. I think it's just a really well paced like main campaign, but honestly I don't remember all the details. All the 2Ds all just blend together for me. I like them, but I find them much less distinct than the 3D ones. And it might just be the viewpoint and like the similar way they play. The 3D ones I feel like mix it up a little bit more. I haven't played Between Worlds and all that. I guess that's a little different. Not the sprite based. Hyped it up too much, maybe.
Right.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to doing some more Zeldas again. I love playing the 3D ones. I had fun doing my 100% OT recently. I probably wouldn't do 100% again anytime soon. But it was cool just casually playing it after taking such a long break from doing randos. So that stuff's nice. Oh.
Fine.
Yeah, that no. I haven't done I don't think I've done Wind Waker 100% in forever. I don't even think the last time I played it, Wind Waker HD, I did. So it'd be cool to do that 100% again. I don't know if I'd want to pick up. I'd probably just play the fucking GameCube one again. I do think Wind Waker HD, while I don't really like the Bloom bullshit, I do think has better quality of life, especially if you plan on doing all figurines. Not that I ever would, but I've never done all those. That's way too much. Issue that 2D games got turned into the handheld ones since horror games came out. Less focus, less, you know, budget or creativity in them. Or something. Yeah, I mean, my thing is like, the only other thing that's really nice from what I remember was fast sail, but I could just sail pump like I used to do. And it's no problem.
Uh-oh.
Just play on my actual copy if I really wanted to. I mean, it's honestly probably better just play Dolphin. I've found that recently, like with Luigi's Mansion, like I'd rather just have played it on Dolphin than playing it on my hardware because it's such a pain to set up with capture. Yeah, otherwise I feel like Wind Waker 100%'s pretty chill, as long as you're not doing figurines. I mean, it's definitely the longer of the pre-Breath of the Wild games. Yeah, I bought the DS ones to stream and test the hack for Wii U eventually. But I remember really hating the first DS one when I was young. I mean, I hated the touch control bullshit. It was so gimmicky. And having to come back to that dungeon over and over was just fucked. But That was a long time ago. That was back when I was younger, so might feel different. Why not? It's like out of bounds now. Definitely some jank with the physics here and there. Now you're making me wanna run through them. Like I said, I'd like to do like an event someday where we just run through them all. Like playing each one here and there is pretty cool, but kind of neat to go through them. They went back to back. It was a good system, absolutely. Once it got out of the total gimmick phase, games started using the dual screens as more of the kind of put out cool new ideas than just, you know, just gimmickly using like the touchscreen and shit. You get games like Dawn of Sorrow that would like slap touch in there for like no good reason. But then you're getting stuff like Etrian that uses the two screens really well. And Ghost Trick that uses like the touch well. And there's just a lot of good games on there. I doubt we'll have another handheld again. Right now we're in the pseudo handheld age, where phones aren't big enough or powerful enough or connected enough to the PC that you can have like Steam Decks or like dedicated ones like for both home and like on the go, like the Switch. But I think with mobile the way it is, even though it's not really that great a platform for like core gaming, I just don't see, like, all it needs to do is just change how it looks, how it feels, right? Like, it's not like there's anything inherently, like, fucked with mobile other than the touchscreen problem. Which, I mean, they already sell controllers and shit for that, so. I don't know. I don't think we'll get a dedicated one again. I think we're just gonna be in the weird twilight between never having them again and sort of having them, like the Switch. And we'll see from there. Yeah, GBA and DS are awesome. I'm more partial to the DS for sure, or the GBA. I mean, but they're all great. They did say the OLED Steam Deck actually has quite a bit of spec improvements. It's not just the screen. But that they were going to do a Steam Deck 2 in a few years, maybe. There's a lot of like copycats too, like what the ROG Ally and all that other shit. I think the Steam Deck's probably still the best bet, but definitely been a lot of companies trying to get in on it. Yeah, I think that's the coolest thing. That's what kind of gives power to, I feel like, mobile, like phone gaming too, is you can emulate on them. Yeah, tracker, absolutely. The more options for people, the better, always. So this game didn't have PP either, which is good. PP was always kind of annoying. It's supposed to be this limiter so that you don't use a certain move too many times, but they usually come like Fire Blast comes loaded with like a negative accuracy thing already, so it's like it just never mattered because every other move had plenty of uses. And if you were stalling out something that required like 10 zillion uses, you're probably fucking PvP in, dude. And fuck PvPers, alright? It's fine. It's just a totally different world. I don't think it really applies to the casual playthrough of Pokemon. I mean, personally, I hope handheld gaming never comes back. Unless it's got nice ways for me to stream from them. Like an HDMI cord or something. Trying to figure out how to stream DS and touch stuff and all that is just fucking nightmarish. But that's a personal one. Most people don't care about capturing footage. Emulators help a lot, but needing to get like random third parties to fucking install like hardware on my 3DS or something is just like fuck. Or having to like hack it to sort of do a semi-software option and it just barely works. Like, most people aren't gonna go through all the trouble in the first place. Yeah, that's probably as much as it'll ever be. I think Steam Deck, I think portable computers is probably like the end game. Like Steam Deck. Nintendo can just do whatever the fuck they want. And it'll just kind of work out, I feel like. Like, would everybody probably prefer to have a Steam Deck that plays Nintendo shit? Like, yeah, probably, but like, you just have them both because Nintendo just kind of has their own, right? It's not that they're like particularly doing something way better, it's just that, well, it's cheaper for one, and two, well, you get Nintendo games on it, which is all that really matters. That's what you get it for. If you don't have a Steam Deck, then I mean, yeah, it's a good indie machine and a Nintendo machine, and it's portable, so. But I feel like Endgame is more like Steam Deck type of shit. They always have, yeah. For sure. Her mother? Oh, body double.
How's it going, everybody?
Man.
Oh no.
Haley, honey.
I don't know why. I mean, it sometimes has voice acting. It tries to do that like Danganronpa style. It's like a single word. Luckily, that's it because the view is not terribly great. And the story's not that great either, so. It's just kind of, it's like Pokemon, it's just kind of there. I mean, I get it, it like gives you a little context of like what the voice sounds like and shit, and its tone, but I don't. Blips is enough for me, man.
Sorry.
Jacqueline?
Yes.
Nintendo's freak out when people start putting YouTube on the Steam Deck. Nintendo just fucking scorched earth with everything, man. They legally can. That isn't super beneficial to them. Even then, man. The way they handle some stuff, you gotta wonder if it's even helping them out to wreck people or not. So this guy's just a fake cult leader, just cashing in. I think we gathered that pretty quick.
Yeah.
Huh?
Well, I mean, I'd agree. I think nobody really does it super well because everybody's obviously super caught up in how they can make maximum profits. Nintendo puts out, you know, their retro games or the Nintendo Switch Online retro show, the NES and SNES and all that, and the expansion, the N64 and all that stuff. But Nintendo's always shown that they're very sparing with that kind of stuff and don't want to like overextend with partnerships and putting some of their shit on there. Because they can do stuff like Super Mario 3D All Stars, they can do stuff like Fire Emblem 1 and 2 ports for like $50-$60 and then make them limited time releases. So it's like, it's nice all those are on there. They got multiplayer, like remixes and save states and all that kind of shit and rewinds. But that I can't carry the stuff I bought on my Wii or carry the stuff I bought on my Wii U or my 3DS, but they'll still be on those services, or you can't like back. Like, I mean, I don't know how difficult it is for them to run their in-house emulator on the Switch. Probably not very hard, but then they can get you to buy them again. I thought you could play Minish Cap, yeah. So it's like, it's a nice thing, especially with the expansion now, but I don't know. I just want a world where playing old stuff is like actually really cheap and you can get most things. But with IP hell, the nostalgia money these days, I just don't see it ever happening. It'd be a miracle if we even had good preservation for games these days. I don't think so. I think it's a new account system every time. I don't even think the Wii U to Switch is. I wouldn't be surprised if now it will be from Switch to Switch 2. That'd be wild for them to try to pull it. Nintendo's always just gotten away with being the one that's behind with online and people just kind of accept it, but it's always been bad. Yeah. Because I've bought in like Link to the Past, I bought in Mario 64 like bazillions of times. Yeah, not between, I don't think between those either. Yeah, between switches that you can just log onto your your account now. They have like a proper account system, but could they have done something on those other ones? Sure. Could we have done something somehow in the past that let you take physical stuff and have proof of ownership? Maybe, but that would be an industry-wide thing. At least digital stuff, I think, should all be, because you are connecting to a, you know, central area. Maybe like really early digital stuff I get, maybe not, but even then, early digital stuff like Steam and Xbox 360 and shit, that I bought stuff on 360 that I can still download on the new Xbox. And I might even be able to do it on PC, who knows? But Nintendo is like, no. And then they do shit like 3D All-Stars or Fire Emblem and limited releases and stuff. I mean, also, if they don't release the old versions, you can do remakes and shit. And even if you release the old versions, right? You can still do fucking remakes like Mario RPG because they're different enough, I guess. Visually. It's just like, sadly, it's just not in any of their interest to like put forth the effort and time to like get a big, long-reaching catalog that's actually like fairly priced. Yeah, Tracker, absolutely. What's up, Nemi? Canada moment? Yeah, exactly. Them Canada bucks. You guys ready for lyrics? What Evangelion creature are we gonna fight this time? Yeah, no, I just think it's too lucrative to, obviously, with how remakes and remasters and ports are these days, for them to just give you the whole catalog. There's quite a bit on that service still. Probably games they don't think they're going to do anything with or that they could just remake. But and it's a good way if you don't want to have to set up emulation and shit to get a good start. I wish you could get rid of the frame around the Nintendo Switch Online, but otherwise it's fine. Oh, cool. How was it, Nemi? Was that your first playthrough? Or did you fight the super boss? Dude just got evaporated. Oh, yeah. I mean, on a personal level, I mean, like I said, I have a problem with the digital way they do things, but because Nintendo games almost never go down in price, even digitally, being able to rent them is really nice. Otherwise, I would not probably bother with some other stuff. But play the shit. I played it once. I liked it. It's not my favorite of the RPGs, but it's good. It's a great precursor to Paper Mario and Mario and Luigi. Oh, nice. Yeah, Mario and Luigi's awesome. Well, the first and the third. I haven't played the fourth and the fifth. I think those are a bit more questionable. Yeah, Superstar Saga is they're lit. Thousand Year Door is my favorite of all the Mario RPGs, I'd say. Yeah, I didn't like Partners in Time as much as Superstar. And don't skip too many fights because it actually was pretty fucking gnarly by the end of it. But it's still cool. Yeah, non-remix is probably the way to go. It's still fun. It's just more linear. Superstars kind of got that Zelda open one. Still good, yeah. It's just that Superstar is just that good, right? Yeah, Paper Jam's supposed to be the really shit one. I haven't played it yet. I haven't even done Dream Team. Revenge Strike. I don't remember what version I played. Very well could have been the NA version. Because it was a slog, for sure, especially the last boss. But I also skipped like most fights. There's nothing wrong with the original now. I always say go for the OG experience with 90% of games. It just goes wrong so often. Rarely it does go right. Like Live Alive is really good. Not that I have that much experience with the original. I watched it play through, but I watched it pretty quickly. But usually the original, just the time and thought put into how the art plays off of the tech back then, and just the pure cohesive vision usually, especially with like Western remasters and remakes, those are usually really fucking bad, man. But I feel like maybe that's more nowadays than back in the day, so who knows. My problem with a lot of remakes is it's just to justify a higher price tag, essentially. Like, you can't just port the game for $60. I was like, oh, well, what if we just change some shit? It was like Thousand Year Doors remake from what I heard. Like, the music's just different just cause. I feel like the music's always the best indicator of if they're just pulling that shit. Like, there's nothing wrong with the, like, usually music is one of the things that stands the test of time more than anything, right? But they'll just change it. Just so they could just sell it for full fucking price. It's just like, stop. I'm gonna gameplay the Thousand Year Door one, but I already am kind of like not feeling some of the changes. But it's really hard to fuck up Thousand Year Door too much. I'm just a Thousand Year Door fucking fanboy, so. It seems like they did a good enough job with Super Mario RPG at least, but even that I was like, I liked the new look, but it kind of is like a Link's Awakening thing for me. It's like I kind of like the older, like kind of like that SNES 3D look, and everything's a little darker and less sterile. Still seems like it's a good way to play it if you don't have another way to do so, but. I still like the original, man. I think there's nothing wrong with playing the original and the new ones. I think that's always fine. It's just like that you're never gonna get that first experience, that blend of everything twice, right? sometimes they do make real improvements. I don't know, I just feel like it. A lot of the time safer to go old. Now there's like times where it's like in all these Final Fantasy remakes where you could start to kind of, you know, there's some really annoying shit where it's like it's maybe you'd rather just play a different style or something that has a more of like an actual distinct look to it because of just tech limitations being too crazy. But I think mostly I wouldn't bother. Yeah, it didn't really work out for Alpha Dream. I mean, they fucking closed shop after the Bastards Inside story one, right?
Dorian! Sorry.
Is it that bad? I really don't know much about those, other than they added like a new story onto each of them. Yeah, it was a desperate attempt to stay afloat, which I mean was half the problem is they didn't have actually any like real vision for it. Nah. You know what? I don't know. I think part of it, you want to say it depends on how well Mario RPG and Thousand Year Door do. This is them saying, hey, we get it. These are some of the most loved ones. They make money. Like, them saying that is a thing. Right? And if they didn't care, then they wouldn't probably do a remaster of those. But like, do they think it's just us celebrating a nostalgic game, or do they think that's the way the series could go in the future? I don't know. I don't know why they've been not doing them with Paper Mario for the last 3 games. I mean, I liked the exploration and Origami. I think it's the best since Super Paper, out of the 3 after Super Paper Mario, but I don't know. Super Paper Mario being this like wacky adventure like gimmick series, I don't like that direction for it. And they overplay the paper gimmicks. 1 and 2 didn't even have like that much attention to the paper stuff. And when they did, it was like fun. It was just the aesthetic and some of the goofy ways of exploring the world. Like the guys in the black chests and shit. I didn't really like the character designs and stuff. I thought they were still pretty sterile. But I really liked the exploration in Origami, the variety. Countess. But yeah, we'll see. I don't know. I would love for them to do it. Yeah, Sam. And 2's similar. They just go for like a stage play thing, and then they do a couple more paper gimmicks with like adventure mechanics, like the roll and the airplane. But it's taken like dead serious. I don't think Super's underrated. I think people love that game. I don't like it as much as the first two, or Mario and Luigi 1 and 3, or Super Mario RPG, but it's still a good game. Sadly, I think it was so good that it did create the games after it, because they thought it was fine just to keep it goofy and gimmicky and shit. But Sticker Star is fucking horrible. I'm surprised that didn't kill the series. I didn't think it was as bad as everybody's gonna say. I didn't think it's going to be as bad as everybody said, but it was. It was really bad. Like, that game was so boring and sterile and lame. Tingle killed Paper Mario, did it? Because it was too soulful, they had to like dial it back and all the other series. Color Splash was alright. It's got fundamentally broken combat like Sticker Star, where it's better to avoid everything, which is just unfun. But it had decent world variety, and it looked nice and all that stuff. Yeah, I like Origami King better. Tingle DS games. Tingle the God, dude. Yeah, that's my thing, is like, you would assume that, oh, Mario RPG did well, 1000 Year Door is probably gonna do well even if it's a fucked remake. That adds way too much 3D already, and changes the music on it. But like, they'll probably both do great. But then you think about, yeah, like, Sticker Star and then so bad, and then they double down on it, that you can't predict them, man. It wasn't that long, it was like less than a decade, right? Or about a decade. It's like, how do you predict that, right? How do you say that, oh, well, these new RPGs are doing okay, that means they're gonna make more? It's like, no, dude, they did 2 Sticker Stars, man. Like, for fuck's sakes, man. It's like, who knows what they're gonna do? If they made, like, a good RPG one, maybe they just think they can't follow it up, man. I mean, they probably are like, okay, 1000 Year Door was great. You know, we don't want to follow it up. Alpha Dream, they've only done dog shit since, you know, Bowser's Inside Story. Yada yada. It's like, maybe, I don't know, are they fucking afraid? I have no idea. Yeah, it's definitely better, but it still has, like, a lot of the same fundamental issues. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I'll put Ben Vader into my party. I don't know which of these are gonna actually like rank out, dude. I could put these in order of their number. So far, every single guy has evolved. Gimmick RPG? Yeah, I don't know, man. And I don't know how the success of like Fire Emblem, well, I mean, I don't know how good Engaged did, so I don't know how Fire Emblem's like affected them, because it's the same devs as Fire Emblem, but... Oh, really? Jesus, dude. Tingle really did kill the fucking whole series, man. It's just that good. Oh, I don't doubt it's good, yeah. don't know. I hope. I do hope that it happens, but we'll see. The thing is, I don't. Do they even have it in them, right? Like, let's be real, man. Like, Thousand Year Door has pretty fucking clever, fun writing, man. We just don't know. Like, Thousand Year Door's writing is like half of like why it's even so good. It's just very entertaining, paced really well, and not to mention the worlds are relatively different than just your typical like Mario type of worlds, and they don't feel like they have to be like abstract like Mario, like a Super Paper Mario would even work or anything. They're just like well paced, a lot of variety with fun dialogue. And I could see them doing like variety and like nice pace, but like that kind of dialogue where it's got like adult humor hidden in it and like it's clever. I just don't know, man. I don't know. Has Nintendo put out anything that feels like it has clever writing? Just fucking Intelligent IS. Like, is there anything? Have they been clever at all? I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if it. Well, with Super Mario RPG, they left most of that shit in, didn't they? That could be alright. Yeah, we'll see. But it could be a different team, different goal. I just hate how they've changed the tunes and the look, man. Like, Jesus, even when you just compare fucking Petalwood Meadows immediately, dude, I'm like, it just looks so much more generic. Like Bloom, and I think it did have vignettes, and I mean, they put more 3D elements in it instead of like the fucking like paper backgrounds and stuff, and sprites, and the colors look more washed. I'm just like, what is going on? Hey. He still says he left his bazooka at home. They left Punish Kong. I think, did they leave the Peach's dildo or panties thing in still? I think they did. I feel like the writing will still be there. I just don't know if they could do it again. Like new writing.
Archangel. Alas, I am out.
Jesus Christ, dude. My God, this game barely has story.
Oh. So be it. Please don't come back. Really, I mean it.
Be punished by law. Yeah. just cut down on it or make it really vanilla, man. Or suffer severe consequences. What game did I play that had you walking forwards through a really long wasteland? Was that Everhood?
Hey, sugar.
Yeah, it was Everhood.
You're mighty lucky.
Do I remember that game wrong? I feel like I remember the writing being the high point in that one. I might be remembering it wrong. Yeah, it is only at the end that I really fucking eat shit, I guess. That's the only, but I don't even remember the rest of the fucking story before that. But that's because it knows to keep it in check. It's more just quirky atmosphere bullshit. And then it starts giving you the story, right?
Hey, sugar. Hmm.
Yeah. I'll play the sequel.
Well,
It'll be hoot and a holler. I mean, I liked the gameplay and the visuals and shit.
relax. Take care.
Yeah, it needed to be held to the law of what would we call the law? I coined indie quirk recently. We got limbo likes. There's a new limbo like that came out. Was it Video Arcadia or some shit? It's like a Truman Show thing that apparently is pretty good. Might play that eventually, but what do you call the law of indies need to not write if the writing sucks? I mean, AAA's have horrible fucking writing too, but you know, no AAA, especially in the West, is gonna hold back on writing way too much dialogue. It's what sells. You're not gonna get anybody like FromSoft actually like saying, okay, woo, let's just not write a whole lot. Make a cool story still. No longer contained, yeah, it's gonna get more fucked.
Hey,
Dude, how
sugar.
did people like it by
Take
the
care.
end? Did people like enjoy the story of that? All things considered? Like, are they like, is it reinforced, or do you think they're gonna take a criticism or so? You expect shit writing in indies, that's true, yeah.
Well, hmm.
Yeah, I feel like they'll just double down then.
Hmm?
You expect shit writing and gameplay AAA games, yeah. I mean, I guess that's true too. It hurts more when you see an indie be extremely creative and super cool, and like you feel that passion and relatively cohesive vision, and then like, you know, they wear all of the hats and they pull most of them off, and then they put on the writing hat, which is pretty fucking important, and then it's just fucked. Like it just soils half of it or something. That's why with this game, even if the writing's a little iffy, it's like, it's a small part of it because they literally don't put too much in, and we'll see what kind of stinger they leave it on, but I think it knows what to focus on for the most part.
Now.
And I'm fine with indie games trying to throw, you know, try to write stuff, do cool shit. I mean, I liked the Bookwalker because of the writing and the setting design and stuff, but I mean, that's a cool thing about games is you can mix, you know, what's unique to video games with storytelling and stuff. When you just try to like fucking like be right up there with like movies and shows and books, like it's just raw text all the time, it's like, you know, there's a higher standard at that point. It's like, I like VNs, but I mean, they're at that kind of standard, like, because that's all they got, right? I mean, they have audio, but visual too, but it's like when you see a game that's got like really strong fundamentals and gameplay and all that kind of stuff, over focus on goofy shit with writing, and it kind of like soils the context and the drive in some ways. It's kind of like it depends on how much. My thing with some indies is like it'll be too much. It's like Eastward, there's just like way too much story or Sea of Stars for how good it is, for how bad the writing is. Not as bad in Eastward, but like you don't have to have good writing. You don't even have to have a lot of writing. It's just that mix, that blend. What's gonna be how it's gonna affect the pace, and what's the core like focus. How much of the game is just the writing, right? I feel like that changes a lot. You dropped it because of the writing? Well, let me explain what I meant. I like the writing of like the lore of each area and the ideas of the settings and stuff. I think they're really distinct and well fleshed out for something you only spend like an hour or two in. But some of the actual dialogue was kind of shit, yeah. I don't think it was worth dropping it over, but I get it. Those elements, I did say that myself. I wasn't like super invested in a lot of the characters. And then some of the comedy, especially in the beginning, was kind of tonally odd. I feel like maybe they were trying to go for like a Disco Elysium kind of like dark humor mixed with real shit thing going on, but I think just something more grim would have been better. Maybe I'm too used to really fucking horrible comedy and tonal dissonance in indie games like Sea of Stars and Eastward that I didn't think it was like it wasn't a killer for me. Fucking X. I just really liked the setting work. I thought it was really cool, and I liked the first person shit too. It's just some really interesting worlds. I thought they were more interesting than some games you'll have set in their own world for the whole fucking thing. But yeah, the end of it, and then some of the actual writing, the dialogue, I should say, is a little iffy. Because I mean, the big send off depends on how much you care about the bond between them, and it's not really that strong. I think more the hints at what the actual overarching setting was like, the settings within each area, how all of that kind of works, and like how they don't over explain it, I think was really strong. I think it was creative. I mean, obviously the gameplay and stuff wasn't super good. It was mostly adventure stuff with like a weird excuse for combat to exist.
Take care.
Scared of the writing in Tevi? Did they say they're gonna go harder on the writing?
Oh.
Right.
Because Ruby Ruby's story was at least just not a big part of it, and it was mostly like Toho-esque shit, just random bullshit, cute girls doing cute things. If they just leave Tevi at that, then I mean it'll still be like a niche weeb game, which I have no problem with, but it might turn people off it. But at least it wouldn't be like in the way.
Well.
Voice acting? Not English, right? I'm come across as like a super elitist. Usually English voice acting in indie games. Not always bad. It's sometimes really good, but like you don't all I feel like they don't always, because I feel like voice acting is so expensive. Sometimes I feel like some devs maybe settle for less. And then when it's like just because, you know, your average Joe wants voices, right? They don't want to read anything because their brain's falling out of their ears or whatever. Yeah, that's fine. But I think bad voice acting can really ruin shit, and just making sure to have it in at the cost of like all tone, and like your brain does a much better job of delivering dialogue than like a mediocre to bad VA. And it's like, I'm not saying like expensive VAs are the only ones who are good, but I'm saying that a lot of times it's settle for less just to have spoken dialogue, especially in the indie scene. Happens in AAA too. I mean, Xenoblade 2 is bad about it sometimes. Voice acting in general has gotten way better. And if I could, I would listen to everything in English. If it was good enough. Unless it didn't make sense like Yakuza. But I guess what I'm trying to say is English indie VA sometimes is really fucking bad. And I hope that Tebi doesn't have English unless it's actually good. Not English now, yeah. Gotcha. Let's go east. I guess we could check this area out. I mean, if I can get voice acting in VNs, Japanese, like if it's there, I like it. Good Japanese VA, like I mean, Echo was like was really important. I think you get a lot of emotional context and stuff, and it's just a well done VA. I think when you're listening to language you don't know, it helps not notice if it's shit, but I feel like when you don't have that nuance and quality in the VA work, and like in a language you know, especially, it can really ruin a lot, especially in a dialogue focused game, right? Like in this they'll say some shit occasionally, but it's not really a big deal. It's not a big part of the game. No, I don't think VA is needed, but it can be a nice, for how expensive it is, for like a small budget indie, it's like, I think it's surely one of the last things you'd care about, depending on how much your game has a lot of story in it. But if you're gonna do it, I'm just begging, just do it right. It's such a killer if it's bad. Speaking of good VA apparently in games, I think Stasis Bone Totem was supposed to be pretty good VA. That one's just supposed to be good in general. I want to play it. I don't think I'll play the first Stasis though. That one seemed good. Yeah, Photo's good. I mean, Disco Elysium had great VA. I wouldn't play that game without the VA. I mean, I'd play it without the VA, but if you're gonna play it, definitely go for it. I mean, the director's cut literally fucking voice acts every line. Like, that's like good voice work. Like, I really like the narrator's voice and shit. It adds a lot of style.
Welcome. I am Cleo. My bad. Well,
Let me see first.
well.
I mean, in a perfect world, if everything had a really good VA, that'd be cool. I think there is a benefit, even if it was really good VA, sometimes to not have VA. Pacing, you gotta go at your own pace. Stuff like that, right? I think that's important. You know, just go through text boxes and read stuff. I think it depends once again on how much of your gameplay is the focus, right? If you just kind of want to get back to it and just kind of enjoy like a simple story, you might not want to sit there and listen to all the VA work. You got an option to mute it though. I mean, see, you get that thing in Yakuza, like Yakuza 6 is all VA'd, but then each scene has to kind of like play towards the VA and then moving around and stuff, where when there's no VA, I feel like are more readily able to accept that they're just standing there being talking heads back and forth to each other without it being as odd. That can kind of make like Yakuza 6 subquest kind of drone on a bit, or if you do want to forward the dialogue, it'll like kind of skip around because they have characters walking and moving and shit. And it depends. I mean, most of the time I would say I would take godly VA over no VA. But I'd always take no VA over mediocre to bad VA. I think your average Joe would just say they'd take VA 9 times out of 10. Especially English. I respect it, I guess. Kinda. You can just play however you want, and who am I to be the arbiter of what you can and can't do, right? But, shit, man, I don't know. Like, shit like, Yakuza, man. Like, it's just not that hard to just read the shit, man. Like, I just... all this Gambit shit. I think they instantly die when they're done. They just have crazy stats. It's kind of annoying. Right there, the guy's like really strong. And I guess if you just airwalled every turn, it'd be fine. We could just let them kill themselves. I'm feeling crazy. Yeah, this Gambit shit's fucking goofy, man. I mean, you're like guaranteed to win, essentially. Actually has one more dude, but... like, as long as you can, like, survive, they just will kill themselves after 3 turns. We just got the levels on her. Toy man. Oh, there's like a superpower you have now. A max AP, yeah.
Shutting down. Huh?
We're gonna try to take down Captain Wallace, man. Yeah, no, it's weird because I don't want to be that guy who just says like these broad sweeping things about like indies or something. It just happens a lot of the time just because of the nature of like the budget of indies and voice acting and how much you can possibly do on your own. Because there's some that are just great with it, and then there's some that suck. I feel like in AAA they just have so much money that you can kind of like. I'm not saying that money 100% makes for good VA work, but you can generally, I feel like, brute force your way to like making sure you have your pick of the talent and then directors and time to fuck with it probably. I mean, it's not always great. I mean, if the writing sucks too, I don't. The VAs might not even it might not even matter. But yeah. I guess it's not just a broad thing about indies, it's more just good VA good, mediocre VA just don't have it. This game has that like mix. I don't mind it in this game because it is like a Danganronpa style. I was about to bring, yeah, I knew there's something I was like, what am I forgetting? I was like, Eliza, how good one, yeah. I feel like they thought, you know, alright, we want to have it, we gotta do it right. There's like an attention to quality there. Like electronics in general is probably like that. There's like a vision for shit. Instead of just doing it to do it.
Alright then.
Yeah, I liked theirs though, for sure. This guy builds a lot of walls. Okay. Dude, this guy's design looks so bad to me. Not this Pokemon, but like this fucking dude. He just looks. It looks like this weird plastic, like I don't even know what. Like his facial hair is just fucked, and he's like body's too like rounded, and he looks plasticky. Maybe that's the idea, because he just uses a bunch of like plastic wall Pokemon. I have no fucking idea, man. It just looks fucking bizarre, man. And not in like a fun way. I mean, it's fun in like a what the fuck is going on way, I guess. I mean, it's purposely bizarre looking.
Nice one. Oh,
Hey, look at him, dude. Looks like a fucking toy.
nice work.
My man Wallace, dude. Lee Wallace. In the flesh. Alright, let's go east. Sands of time? Oh. The sands of time. I get it. This guy'd probably be cool to evolve. I'll slap him in the future. Excuse me. My angst, bros. I'm waiting. The Deadlands have no music because it's the Deadlands. Jesus.
Oh. Penny dreadful. Well. Let's crack on.
Let's crack on. Let's crack some asses.
Come on then.
Oh, they're defeated on the timer on the ghost status runs out? Oh. I had a sticker to let me hit ghost, but we're just gonna ignore her now. Cannot be evaded. Will that work on ghosts? Nope. Not evasion, I guess. Something different. Oh, it extends her timer. It's a cute combo. Well, now we wait. We don't want her doing it again. Let's hope she doesn't.
Enough!
Well, now we wait. Well, she's got combos, I'll give her that. It don't mean much because she's got like no attack power. Okay, I can only do it once. Let's see.
All right then.
Another gym leader. Landkeeper. Gym leader is pretty easy, just a waiting game. Works for me, man. Keep this. Suck on this shit. Mr. Snoopin'. Snoop this. What was that? That move? I just pressed A like immediately. Forces them to swap. Any fusion abominations? There was one. I think I remember seeing that didn't. It looked pretty fucking whatever, but I don't remember I use a lot of the same guy. That look pretty stupid. How many abominations? I don't fuse often enough to try it with like everything. So a lot of the times it's just like my really good starter mixed with some rando. What is this? No abominations yet. Some may be underwhelming, but that's about it. Keep checking over here, I guess. Over your head, I got an achievement after jumping on this MF's head. Motherfucker. Should just kill him here.
Wait.
Anything like to find over here? Nope.
Hey.
All the history buffs. Guy's a little low level. I get it, man. Alternate history, brother. What? Holy Jesus. He had something on top of his head and this shit just fucking exploded. I mean, it's cool they went for actual physics and shit in this, but holy fuck. Shit feels like it's ready to break at the seams at any moment.
Well.
Ugh. I'll just rod the eggs. these guys in particular just not chase me?
Huh?
Oh my god, two super tanky dudes. And he's got like a second. Fucking Pokemon too. I mean, they're lower level, but Jesus, dude. There's way too many trainers that use this starter grade guy. He's fucking ultra tanky and like heals himself. And it's just a slow, beefy fight. Hopefully the level difference is big enough. Not a huge deal. Jesus, dude, just one shot that guy with a basic hit. Fusion Swarm. Nani? I don't see a lot of fusion happening. Found him. Who's this guy supposed to be? All mine and then the traffic cone, maybe? I don't know. Gotta find out. All sear in the Weevil. Here. Should use electricity. A bit more damage. I guess you get fused materials from every one of those. If you really want to grind out. There it is. I did not mean to put that in storage. I didn't realize you could just right here on the spot. Oh, now we gotta go back.
Huh?
Guitar. Do we just bust through the relationship shit once you finish their first quest? You just have to sit there at the campfire long enough. I don't know if we've gotten all the movement yet. Like there's nowhere I haven't been able to get to. Well, maybe there is some shit. Maybe the tiny thing is something you can do. That's like no fast travel over there. There probably is. It's probably like a ruins. Something in there. We'll have like a fucking subway, but use it. Oh fuck, let me try this team for a bit more.
Hey!
Hands off my loot. Nope. These moves aren't terribly good. I mean, Toy Hammer's an alright just spender, I guess. Well, I was hoping he'd come in second because he gets evasion from that. We'll see, maybe it'll hit. That's good. Yeah, evolutions just do have like pretty gnarly stats, man. Like these basic guys just barely even handle this. I mean, yeah, I'm not playing into the typings, right? Jesus, giving him the evasion was fucking extra nasty. I don't know if them being dead even matters. Because if it does, I'd say. No, I won't be. I watched like a few minutes here and there. I got a chance to watch much more, but no plans. One of those I just kind of watch a little online, that's good enough. I don't have a lot of nostalgia for that game. I like it. But yeah, it's just like, if I was gonna re-experience the game, I guess I'd do it that way, but there's nothing in particular about it that really draws me in compared to just doing the original, yeah.
Well,
Oh, you've never played it at all? Yeah, I mean, the original. The new one seems to keep most everything, but I just don't really like the sterile new look compared to the old look. I think it's still solid. I don't think it's like a huge departure like Link's Awakening. And I mean, I don't know if making the game even easier, having more options for that was really necessary.
well,
The game was already simple enough. We definitely play it. But yeah, I don't personally have plans. Like I said, I just got too much to play to go for like a remake for a game I played like 3 or 4 years ago or something. Zero nostalgia. It's a good game though. Just have to be really fast. He was like stuck on the water there. Great.
hey,
Yeah, people seem to like it, for sure. Yeah, for me, I don't mind all that stuff. It's mostly just the visual change. I'm not super into it, even if it's like overall fine. And since it is so faithful, I just really don't have a reason to replay. Like if that was in your door, I'll do it because I just have a love for that game. And I don't need many reasons to replay it. I never really feel like I want to replay Mario RPG that much. I'd rather do Paper Mario 1 again or 1000 Year Door. Like I liked it, I just didn't love it.
Judas Knight. My job.
It's supposed to be like a David Hayter thing going on. Alright now, I need fucking to heal, bro. I don't know what the point of this is.
Well.
Anybody know when the 1000 Year Door remake is coming out? Did they date that yet? It's probably already done. It's just one of those they're probably waiting to release at the right time. For at least like half a year separate from Mario RPG. They kind of hit the same. Just 2025. Gotcha. Yeah, maybe with the Mario movie and stuff, they're just like, Mario's big, right? I mean, Mario's always big, but maybe Mario's really big, so they're just like pushing it. Or their projects just kind of panned out that way. I mean, a 2D platformer Mario and an RPG one are pretty separate, right? Totally different genres, it's just Mario. I mean, one's a fucking remaster. Not like they gotta put a whole lot of effort into it. Yeah, that there's the Princess Peach game, then 1000 Year Door, and then, I mean, who knows? If Switch 2, you'd imagine Mario Kart. Quite a bit of Mario. Luckily for Mario, it's a pretty consistently solid series, so I don't mind. The Luigi Mansion remake. I mean, if they have a Switch 2 coming out in the next year, possibly. What other than Mario at this point? I mean, I'm not saying it's a guarantee, but Mario vs. DK is coming, yeah. Mario Kart's their biggest seller. More than Smash. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Yeah. You're right. I imagine there's like legendaries in this game. I wonder what that's gonna be like. Oh, it is. It sells more than Smash. I mean, Smash has like hype because of the like for the core gamer kind of audience, because of all the IPs. But like Mario Kart is like the Wii Sports type of thing, man. You know, it's like everybody who doesn't even play games, right? You know, it's like it's Mario Kart. They just get that, right? I guess it's always like super high on sales. It's been out for fucking eons, man. Which helps its sales, I guess, that it is always like continuously getting new shit. And Smash is kind of done. Smash is huge. I'm not saying it doesn't make sales, but I think it's more of a hype machine, a talked about game than it is really like a as big as it sounds like it would be, right? It's big. But... And I could see them if they, you know, would it be worthy of being like a fucking launch game money wise to get the money churning and sell shit? Absolutely, but like Mario Kart's like the big one, dude. Sells more than Zelda, sells more. I mean, it's other than Pokemon, right? Wouldn't it be their highest selling? Is it the? I think it's probably the highest selling Switch game, right? God, I'd love to see a Pokemon. Like the only like launch game is like a Pokemon game, and it just does like nothing for the system. Just looks like a fucking piece of shit, like the last ones. Sword and Shield. Yeah, I guess Pokemon, like with Mario Kart 8, it's the only one for the whole generation. Same with like Odyssey. Or Pokemon, you get a new one every fucking year, or year and a half, or even just half a year. They're bi-yearly at this fucking point. So I guess a single Pokemon title might not hit like the big times, but I'd imagine the IP probably does more than the rest of those. But who knows? I guess Mario might. Technically, there's so many damn Mario games. Last few weeks, yeah. Well, they're revving it down. Give it another year. They might have another game coming. Who knows? We just talked about it a few weeks ago where it's like, what is there that hasn't had a release really recently? That would be like a huge like money launch title. I feel like in a tech way, right, to show off the system, like a new 3D Mario probably could be a thing. The big money one would be another Mario Kart. Yeah, it's kind of like with Ultimate. So what do you do after all that Mario Kart? I mean, Mario Kart, there's plenty of room for them to mix up like gameplay and shit. Just make brand new crazy stages. And to just remasters and stuff. That's true too. I mean, obviously they could just bring the tech forward a bit. It is a more powerful system. Well, the Mario Kart 8 already looks really good because it's stylized. We'll see. I don't think they could do a deluxe. I mean, technically, we haven't had a new Mario Kart game since the Wii U. If you want to think about it like that, right? So, well, okay. The Mario Kart on the fucking phones. I stand corrected. Oh, we already have Interloper. Shit, that was a waste. What the? Guy's got a base. I could jump to these guys straight from within this just so I could see them. Throw in Clockley. The sand guy. I can tell just which of these actually had a fucking evolution left. Oh, I mean, I'm sure they'll keep the switch thing going for sure. It might look maybe different, who knows, but I think that gimmick's worked out pretty well for them, yeah. And yeah, I doubt they see it as a beta, but it did end up kind of that way, right? For sure. Do Huntort. Like the Binterloper will go one higher. Might leave him. Oh, I got this one on accident. No wonder it didn't evolve correctly, I didn't even notice. Never did get that Pond Walker. The thing is, the special evolutions actually don't even end up at the top. Or they don't even end up right after the last guy, they end up like at the bottom. Yeah, there's still a big market for it right now. Even Nintendo's, they like to try to keep their shit affordable. Well, relatively affordable. I'm gonna be curious. The stronger system, what price point they're gonna go for. Because Steam Decks are pretty pricey. So, S5s and shit are pretty pricey. What do they want to do? We'll find out. I don't know how we get that chest.
All right. Engaging.
This is actually David Hayter. I mean, he does all sorts of shit like this, so I wouldn't be surprised. Is he just gonna be a gimmick survivor? Too bad I've got Galactic Beatdown. Can he parry Galactic Beatdown? He can. That's why can't he, right? Parry's kind of bullshit, brother. I wonder what the limit is on that. If it is priority, that's pretty fucked, yeah. I just did a crazy amount of damage to myself. Seems to be the case with a lot of these, men. You end up just killing yourself more than the enemy does. Like, how do you even counter that? When do you even know you can fucking, like, go in on it, man? He just uses it. Like, it'd be one thing if he got, like, a debuff after. Like, you could only do it, like, once, but... What am I just gonna sit there, man? And wait? Am I supposed to hit multiple times? Or is it just a chance of multiple times? A 1 to 3 chance, Jesus. Yeah, that parry shit was fucking unholy, man. I mean, like I said, I just pretty much killed myself. Just outright. Nice. Contact damage coming in clutch.
Wipe out. You had strategies.
How do I activate this fucking deal here? Probably something out in the ocean. Yeah, we'll see though, I don't know. Pretty excited to find out. I don't think we're gonna hear anything probably at the BGAs. There's already a lot of showstoppers gonna be there, I guess. Assuming that Rockstar didn't announce a fucking GTA 6 announcement for the week of the VGAs, and it's not gonna be at the VGAs. That would be such a fuck you to Jeff Keighley and the VGAs. It'd be funny as fuck, but Jesus. I don't think they ever officially said it was gonna be at the VGAs, but I mean, you just assume so. It's the biggest event at that time. Our Imagine Dragons gonna be there again. Don't scare me. I'm sure there's gonna be some fucking indie band. Or some, not indie, but some band. I'm gonna have to fucking mute the stream for him. I'll make sure to have my goofy ass music ready to go. Oh, the misery. God, I hate that fucking song, man. Video games are important. They've got big pop stars singing at them. Please respect us. Oh, it is funny. I mean, that's why I hope it's something stupid. Yeah, I just I get a kick out of it. Sure. I'll just mean the song itself. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I have no idea what they want with this chest. Most of them will make some kind of sense, but what do you guys think? See anything here? It's like I don't see much. Unless I have to interact with it like way far back for some reason. Oh, the misery. I never liked that song, but it's one of those that gets stuck in your head in a bad way. You can hear it. Just that part. I don't know anything else about it. It's one of those fucking earworm songs that get stuck in your brain. I feel like you'll dislike it enough, it makes it so you can't stop thinking about it. Curse.
Well,
Oh, I don't know that, yeah. Luckily, there's not a whole lot of Imagine Dragons in my life. Why is Ranger blue? What happened? Or is she a zombie? We've already done this one. Yeah. Yeah. When he got enough announcements together, he's got enough history in the industry, connections, funds. Once it's big enough and has some semblance of trying to have integrity, like it's more professional than just Spike TV VJs. I guess it just kind of keeps going, huh? I mean, I think I'm sure every video game person wants there to be some pedigree, some, like we have it. We have the Grammys, we have the Oscars, right? So when somebody comes along who's industry experience, is relatively charismatic and gives a fuck, I suppose enough. There's no stranger to advertising shit and the business side of it. I guess it just kind of worked out. I think people give it way too much importance because they do want that, like, told what's the best or validation that their thing is that good or that video game validity, We've got our important event too. Not that those other events are much better, Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with the idea of, the discussion that comes from it and, celebrating games and showing people all sorts of, stuff maybe they've never seen or tried and stuff that really does push it, forward so that you can kind of try to foster more of that in the industry. But I mean, it's not exactly like that, right? It's like big AAAs. And I mean, yeah, maybe they push what budget can, like, throw out, right? But not creative push or visions or anything half the time. It's still a bunch of, like, Imagine Dragons and, like, advertisements for Colgate and shit like that. It's like, and I get it. It's privately done, that kind of thing, right? Something's got to have the lights turn on, but I don't think it's a great display of what the industry just does in mass. I think a lot of the times they try to, because it is supposed to be, they pull, I don't know how they do it, they pull from this wide variety of game journalists, or their critics, essentially. They're judges. So it's like, I don't know the process of how you make that, like, legitimate and stuff. And feel not like bullshit. I don't think it's like an amazing job, right? You can't play everything, you can't watch everything. It's much easier for movies and music because they're shorter, right? So you could probably end up seeing a lot of it. Just the sheer time. Like, I mean, I just play games all the time, and while I don't always play the new shit every time, it's almost impossible for me to keep up with even the best of shit. So having, like, a big panel, I get, but even with that excuse, I don't think they cover, half as much as they probably should. And it's very, like, AAA movie focused stuff, like, best video game adaptation and esports, and I mean, that's part of games too, but It's like it's not quite to the level I think. Well, like maybe it's got the intent that it's like celebrating games and really letting like the stuff that's pushing it, you know, on a much larger scope or much less of a focus on just pure budget and stuff. I don't think it quite I don't think it does a great job at that. The console. I mean, I do think, yeah, like in general, like, I mean, award shows tend to be fundamentally kind of flawed, right? Because of how subjective things are, and you know what you deem is like something like. I mean, yeah, it's like tech, like money. I mean, it definitely, like in a way, like those, you know, are impressive. Like a Spider-Man's impressive, right? But it's like, what is it? You know, I care more about what like speaks to me minute to minute. You know, the whole experience, you know, afterwards, something that sticks with me, something that does something special or different with like a vision. Some people, you know, tech, that's it, right? You know, those games literally can only do that. They do something that indie games can't because they just have sheer budget, right? So, but I mean, the same thing could be said about a game with someone with, you know, that idea. You know, he's the only one who can pull that idea off, right? You know, it's just, I don't know, it's all goofy. Yeah, as objective as possible for something that's, you know, pretty hard to do that to a certain extent. Oh, it's funny, and I mean, it's more of an announcement show at this point. That's another reason it's kind of goofy. Is like it's not really even like they rattle off most of the rewards and the awards on the fucking pre-show, dude, before it's even started, right? So they have time for Imagine Dragons and all that shit. And it's hard to really take it super seriously when they're doing stuff like that, right? No, I mean, say what you will about how bad the categories are, racing / simulation, and you're just like, what, you know? Or sports / racing or something. And it's like, that doesn't make any sense. Or best game direction compared to just like best game, or like compared to like whatever. They're not very clear. I feel like categories half of the time don't cover enough stuff. Things compare things that they shouldn't. A lot of superfluous bullshit. I'm not saying esports shouldn't be in there, but there's a point where it's like, you know, the core game experience stuff isn't really there, but the esports is, right? And I don't know. There's a lot of bizarre shit like that. So it's like, even without that stuff, it's so focused on just the announcements, which is what keeps people actually watching, because most people don't actually, other than Game of the Year, your average Joe doesn't give a fuck, right? They don't read reviews, they look at the number, if they even do that, right? Like, it's just what brings the people in there is the announcements. That's what we're there for, essentially. It's interesting. I like talking about it. I like this guy. Like it's a cool thought exercise. Fuck around with. I do think like when they do have nominees, usually they'll pick the one that makes the most sense. It's just the nominees themselves and the categories and the focus on the awards not being that great. The superfluous bullshit like Imagine Dragons. That's what kind of gets in the way for me, man. Yeah. For me, it's like, I think a perfect award show, again, is impossible because it is just kind of this, like, sort of flawed thing. But I think it could be a lot better than it is. And I'm not saying that people involved don't care about games, but I think something like that, that's supposed to be this big celebration of games and as a whole, and things that push the industry forward, that speak to you on a deeper level or something. I think there's just like a little bit higher standard than what they put in there sometimes. I think this year it's kind of hard to fuck it up too much because there's just so much good shit. You can just throw half of the fucking AAAs in there and like most of them will be fine. Like yeah, just put Baldur's Gate in there. It is that good, right? It's just like, you know, you can't fuck it up too much. It just sucks not seeing some of the really cool shit. This fucking parry shit, man. This is like the worst fucking game. Oh, we got it. Yeah. It's just a fun activity for me. I don't care that much at the end of the day. I think it's fun to talk about the Game Awards, award shows in general, how much that kind of thing matters, this collective or like democratic way of like deciding what game's the best, you know, how that affects discourse in the future. Because you'll see people say, well, this was the game of the year 5 years ago. You're like, huh? What are the VGAs? And it's like that matters to somebody. And it's like, I think there's just a lot to talk about there. You know, whether those things just in this arbitrary criteria truly do deserve something, right? As someone who sits here and plays games all the time, it's like I get a lot of enjoyment out of just like extra conversation that kind of just pushes it a bit like that, even if I don't quite agree with the fundamentals of whatever the fuck, you know, award show it is or how arbitrary the list is or anything. Octopath 2 is the better RPG, hands down. Funny it's not in there. Sea Stars is because see that's where it's weird, right? Because like, you know, I think, you know, yeah, celebrating a more indie, although Sea Stars is a 50-man team, but it is an indie relatively self-published. I think that one is totally self-published thing, so it's like, you know, I want to celebrate that kind of stuff, right? But I don't want to just give something to something because of that, right? It's the same way you don't want to just have it be AAA wins everything because they have the most budget. So it's like, I think Octopath 2, even though it's maybe like Square Enix, is the better game. By a lot. Maybe the art design's not as good, depending on what you're into, but it's not on there for best RPG. And Sea of Stars is, I feel like, because it is like, it's an indie darling, but like it's like a popular or like a known indie darling kind of, you know how they do that, right? Like Hades will be on there. Maybe Hades was the best thing at that point, but it's on there because it's like, it's an indie. It's like the token indie, but like everybody knows it, right? This year there wasn't like a token indie because there's too many AAAs. I guess Baldur's Gate 3 is technically indie, but I think when people think indie, they're like, so there's this weird distinction. There's indie in terms of like the budget, the scope, the size, and that's how people think of it. And then there's truly being independent with no publisher. It's like Baldur's Gate 2 or 3 is independent. They don't have like a publisher. Yes, they like work with like, Wizards of the Coast and shit, but like it is just them, right? But for all intents and purposes, like that could be one of the indie games of the year. But it's not like indie how you normally think of it because it's a big ass team that's working a pretty big budget. So it's just, there's a weird semantics thing there, but yeah, I absolutely think. I mean, you know that like RPG of the year just goes to like Baldur's Gate anyway, so like why not throw some indie darlings on there to look like you are a little bit more like, you know, I'll say worldly, but you know, you're reaching into the wider range of like of games and stuff. Even if you're really realistically not. Token Indies, Dave the Diver. Yeah. See, it's indie in scope because it's just Nexon publishing it, but the devs are smaller. But it's a published game by Nexon, right? Which is not independent. It's indie in terms of the devs, but not independent. So it's like there's this weird fucking semantics to it all. And that's the problem, is like those kinds of issues are things that need to be tackled to really make the VGs feel like, you know, a little bit more like respectful. Not respectful, respected. How do I open this fucking thing? I have no idea. Let's just skip it for now. We'll be alright. Also, I feel like there's supposed to be one of these around here somewhere. And I didn't find it. Maybe this has to do with the story. We can come back. I don't think there's any rumors over here. Just get paid to be on the nominees list. I do wonder, truly. Oh, he's talking here. Yeah. If there's just straight up like I will pay you to be on this list. I don't know if it would. Yeah, that's my thing. It's like, I wonder if it's like legitimately money. This is just bullshit too. I'm not saying I have no fucking idea. Right? We're just blabbing. I don't know. Not that I'm big enough for anybody to care what I have to say about VJs, but I'm not saying that like money would actually change hands. But you gotta wonder if like their partners, the funding, the advertisements they're gonna make, like, hey, you know, we'll have your game on here if you put this and these nominees, because it does get people interested and you do get an uptick in sales. I mean, look at Steam, right? They'll put all the games over at the VGAs on a sale before the VGAs, right? Like, I mean, and they will get sales because of it, right? People do notice it. It does its job to a certain extent there. So it's like, you gotta wonder, yeah, like, if money ever changed hands, or if it's like just incidentally, right? Like, ah, yes, because of these things, our interests kind of align, and like there's a little peer pressure there, almost. They'll put that on there. I don't know. I honestly, I couldn't say. I wouldn't think it would be like really maliciously overt, but I wouldn't be surprised if there's a little bit of that like indirect, like pressure to do it. But that could be it. Yeah, that's why I say like it could be a bit more indirect, because the funds needed to run it, and advertisements, and, you know, the desire to put like your game, like the VGs want the biggest advertisements they can get, right? Like the biggest announcements they can get. But on the flip side also, I mean, companies want to be a part of the VGs because it does get that many viewers. So it's like, it's kind of a, it's kind of all over the place. Like, I could totally see it, but then on the other hand, it's also like, it is kind of symbiotic a bit. I could see it being indirect. I don't know if it's just like outright, like, because the thing is, like, if that kind of thing ever got out, I mean, I wouldn't say the VJs are done for, but what little respect you may or may not have for the awards part, which is kind of like the bedrock of the fucking thing, would just be fucking gone, right? And I mean, you might never find it. It might totally be that way, but it's just like, I don't know. It's interesting. Yeah, you gotta wonder, because I mean, you'd assume that they would be doing something like that, but like, it is more ran by not just one guy, but one guy and his team, and somebody who, it looks like he, I mean, generally, I mean, if you watch his podcast and his interviews, you know, gives a shit about the industry. It's emotional enough about that kind of stuff, where he's the world's best actor, and I don't know why he would. It's like, you'd imagine there's like, I mean, Doritos Pup was a thing though, but it's like, he didn't look very happy about that. It's like, you'd imagine there's like some like integrity there, right? But there's also the desire to probably make the event as big as possible. That's why I say it's like maybe something indirect. Yeah, the jury thing I think is a totally different deal. That shit, it's industry people, it's journalists who have already a certain kind of taste or thing they go for, which I mean, you could say, you know, maybe journalists are bought off, right? Maybe they're pressured, right? You're not going to get review code. You're not going to get early access for reviews. You're not going to get this and that. You know, oh, you know, we'll buy your plane ticket and you got to come out here, and then you're kind of sort of feeling a little indebted, you know, that kind of stuff. And like maybe that'll affect your jury scores, that kind of thing. I mean, I don't know how big of a deal the VGAs is on that front. If you got the money to spare, though, if you're like a Sony, you'd probably flex it a bit. Funny thing is, though, we say that, but like Sony shit like never wins, right? Like for the most part. I mean, they do win, but it's usually not like Game of the Year wins, right? Like Ragnarok will get a bunch of little shit and nominated everywhere. So I feel like maybe it kind of stops at Game of the Year, but like maybe there's some like shit on the way, like being nominated maybe could be like pressures. So it could be like really far down the line, like jurors and just like their day-to-day life, because it is just like YouTubers and critics and stuff. You know, that are gonna have industry pressures, even if it's not like overt, right? Like I said, just access to games early so you can get your videos out to make money on time, right? Like that's, you know, there are critics and journalists who do have that kind of integrity. I respect and I'll watch some of those. Some of those are, I think, I know one who's on the jurors list. I might not agree about all their opinions and the depth of it, but they seem to kind of like give a shit. So it's like there's probably good ones in there too. So it's like I just don't know. You don't know. You'd have to really like dig deep. Could that stuff be happening? Yeah. I don't know if it would be explicit or implicit, but who knows? Yeah, that's kind of my thing. I've said that before, is like the nominees are sometimes kind of a joke, but usually what they pick I could buy, right? Like, you know, Sekiro wins when it's nominated. Deathloop's not. I mean, it might not be nominated, but it's like it's not gonna win. Right? That kind of shit. I don't know if those are in the same year, but it's like usually the thing you're like, this should win wins in the big categories. But I don't know if it's like, you know, yeah, there's this fucking, well, we gotta get the shill one to win, and then this one, no, it's gotta be, you know, integrity. I mean, to a certain extent, people just don't know. People don't know Void Stranger exists, right? Like a lot of these critics and stuff, a lot of, you know, it is a popular contest. It pulls people in. People just aren't gonna be able to play everything realistically. It's in a lot of like YouTubers and stuff, best interest to play the stuff that's popular, not just everything. Right? You don't do what I do if you want to get views. Right? You don't just play random fucking bullshit all the time because it seems interesting. Even, you know, you play the big stuff, big-ish stuff, indies that are kind of popular, right? Or indies that at least can catch your eye or something, right? If you're gonna go small. I mean, yes, there's probably niches you can carve out, but it's like it's in your best interest to go for the popularity stuff. So just realistically, most people on the jury probably just play primarily the popular shit. So that's just kind of like what's gonna be there, right? Not even just the industry pressures of like money and then you could just say the objective stuff. You might just care more about tech. You might find that pushing the boundaries, right? A Sony $500 million game is just, look at all that impressive technology. That's worth way more than cassette beasts or something, right? It's like, to somebody, I mean, that might be right. And in some ways it's true, but it's not what I value as much. I just think it's one of those things where it's like the people they're pulling in, the state of the industry, the focus on those big kind of games, just the way popularity works, even with indies, right? The time a game takes to beat, how many you can truly play, especially if you are someone who's writing reviews and stuff, you just have less time, right? Than somebody like me who, like, you know, work 10-20 hours a week or something and like can just crank out games. It's just like, that's what I mean. It's just fundamentally, even if there's nothing sinister about it, just the way the industry is and the way the people involved and all that, like, it's just, it kind of shapes how that kind of thing is. I still think there's things they could do, right? Like, you know, cut the Imagine Dragons bullshit, give more love to the actual awards, unbundle some of these and unfuck some of these stupid awards. You know, focus as best you can on truly like a wide range of like critically solid games and stuff. you know, things that do try to push, you know, either novelty or the edge, do the edge, right? Like, there's things they could do just straight up, but like, some of it is just the industry. You just can't, unless the whole industry changes. It's just how it's gonna be. Well, that's what I'm saying, is like, that's the way it is. Like, they're not gonna do that because realistically, most of them have no fucking idea, or it doesn't make views, right? So it's like this year it's safe. You could put the biggest games of the year on there because they are pretty good. I mean, Spider-Man, fuck that one, but like, you know, you could put, you know, big AAA because it's RE4, it's fucking, you know, Baldur's Gate, you know, it's like, yeah, man, like those are good. They are AAA. It's perfect. You can just fucking go all the way with it, right? That's just what I'm saying, is there's no benefit, and I don't even think fundamentally like it's in the cards. Like, are there critics in there who actually do stuff like Void Stranger? I'm sure. Or even games with even less, you know, eyes on it. Sure, I'm sure there is. But as a whole, that's just not really what happens. So why would it be any different for the award show that's composed of generally people like that? And it's not that I think these people are like bad. They're making a living. They're playing games that are good. They're just a certain kind, and like, that's just where the things are. And that's just where the eyes are gonna be. I'm talking in circles a bit now, but yeah, that's my thing. Is like it gets all of your interests this way, right? Your average Joe just cares about AAA and the token indie. Your average gamer, core gamer, probably feels the same way, right? That plays a fair amount of games. Like, most people don't go farther than like token indies because of just time and required and shit like that. So, yeah, exactly. Like, why go for anything deeper than that? You could have the popular game, which will get you the views. Better probably for the corporate side of it because it's for big budget stuff that might be funding a show. And they're good anyways this year, so it's like you don't even, you could just say, well, they are good. They are some of the best this year. It's not that we don't care about the fucking, you know, breadth of video games, even though this year's been crazy good for indies and lower scale games. But you can make the argument that, you know, oh yeah, you put Baldur's Gate there. I might personally have like different tastes. Like, I think Armored Core 6 should be up there, but your average Joe didn't like Armored Core 6 as much as me. I think it's interesting. It's fun to talk about how big it gets. The more and more it gets big, and the more people like care about it, makes it all the more interesting, because then people get like a horse in the race and treat it with this like reverence almost, like it's law. I mean, most people just don't, like, whatever, they don't give a fuck, right? But you'll see people just casually not even think about it, just like, oh yeah, you know, that was the game of the year last year. Like, it was like it's written in fucking stone, man. Like, people do legitimately like treat it with that kind of reverence, which is interesting, man. Like, I personally don't care, right? Like I said, it's fun to talk about, but it does happen. I think makes it, I mean, that kind of stuff, it's like, you know, this is the best thing this year, like that kind of can dictate like maybe what's going to be made, right? When Breath of the Wild comes out, makes waves, right? Wins all sorts of shit. every motherfucking game's got like half of its Breath of the Wild, right? Like, the more legitimacy you give that kind of stuff, and the more it's talked about, and a platform for everybody to spread out and talk about it, like it does shape in a way, maybe not completely. Obviously profits and stuff do more than anything, but shape what comes out. Like it's not like it's completely valueless, you know. Oh, I just ignore it, I don't care about it. Like that's good for you, but it does make a difference in like what people fucking probably end up making, right? It's kind of like with the Oscars, it's like Oscar bait, right? It's like there's stuff that's like almost just made to make for like awards almost. It's not, I don't think the VJs have that level of like respect, but like it's the same principle. Like there is some influence there, even if it's down the line, just like legitimacy of like concept in a game, how good they are. Yeah. That makes sense. Does anybody want to talk about any of that? I'm just kind of fucking blabbering it. That's just why I get into the awards, even if I fundamentally don't really agree with them. There's just like something there. Still though. Some level of importance to them. Yeah, I like to open some of these chests, but some of these are just not worth the effort. And I don't like how many of these you have to like run really far to grab like a block for. I will also say that this game, I kind of surprised. I feel like I already have all of the movement tech stuff. I was hoping there'd be a few more fringe ones. They're all kind of centrally located. I guess not super central, but they're all kind of just like around here, but in the top right of the map. Like once you get them, that's kind of like, so far it seems like that's it. Oh, I need to go over here first, though. Which I mean, sure, it sucks playing like some 40-hour game and like in the 39th hour you finally get like your next ability and they gotta backtrack, so I don't think it's a big deal, but one more would have been cute. I haven't seen any situation where there's something I could get. Maybe an ivy crawl, like that's probably the max. That's okay though. Like I said, I don't think it's a big deal. It's fun just exploring around. I did talk about I feel like set pieces and stuff, and instead of just I don't want just all of the content to essentially be really similar with a different coat of paint in the background, and just how I get there is kind of all that matters. There was the mall that I think was cool, and then this place had like the commune and shit. Let's say the Rangers and the Team Rocket outpost have been a bit more basic, but I don't know if the set piece value, like, you know, the SSN kind of goofy shit like that, you know, the power plants. I don't know if that it's quite been pushing that angle enough. As much as I'd like, but I think it's still good. I still think it makes up more than enough for it now. Just sheer openness and just quality of just the minute-to-minute exploration. And I think 4 or 5 of the 6 games of the year. Well, which ones? Let's pull them out. Actually, let me beat this fight first so we can get the fuck out of here. Do you have any like lies or just? I mean, I'm not putting you on the spot. If you don't want to get into it, that's fine. I'm just curious if you had any like reasons why in particular, and if you don't want to like back that up, you don't have to. I'm not putting you on the spot. Just like, is there like some fundamental, like you don't like remakes or something? Or... I'm gonna pop them up on the screen here because I'm fine chit-chatting about it. Oh, I need to take a piss. But let's pop them on the screen and then... And I will be restreaming the Game Awards, of course, December 7th at night. Don't think they're worthy? Gotcha. Let me take a piss. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. The AAA stink, right? Where it's like there's so much of it that it makes it feel like there's some kind of ulterior motive or some kind of some value that goes against like what you kind of would think that like truly picking the best of something has. You know? Like the AAA thing, yeah. Like, oh, there just happens to be all the big budget, big budget publisher type of shit here, right? Like Epic's here and Sony's here and Capcom's here and Nintendo's here. It's like those just happen to be the best games of the year, right? Like it just has that stank on it. I get that. I think a lot of these are really good, and I think some of them do deserve to be here. I can't speak for Alan Wake 2. I've played the rest. Well, RE4 is. I don't think it's as clean of like a reimagining as like RE2 because it's obviously a very similar viewpoint, but RE4 is pretty fucking different. But I'd agree with you. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't pick most of these for a game of the year. I mean, that's my thing, is there's just like you could argue there is like a value, right? Like some people, that tech side of things, the scale, the budget, the man hours, that is like a huge deal to some people. I think that doesn't speak to you as much as like a human as something that has a more coherent like vision and clear focus. Like it can be impressive on a surface level, right? Like some Ubisoft game can look impressive or be big, but it's like it doesn't really. They're a dime a dozen. They're very bland and surface level, but like they're technically impressive, and it's like So, but the thing is, you can make that argument, right? So like people put all sorts of shit here because of that. Yeah, I don't know why Pizza Tires. I mean, I haven't played Pizza Tires, so I don't know. But yeah, I think that's the big thing when you look at this. If you're just kind of like outside looking in on it, it just has that stink, right? This is like it's all AAA from big publishers and shit. Could it happen to be that these are all worth being on here? Yeah. I mean, it could be. I mean, you could make a good argument for Baldur's Gate 3. You could make an argument for RE4. You can make an argument for Mario Bros. Wonder and Tears of the Kingdom. I don't agree, especially with Tears of the Kingdom. I don't even agree with Mario Bros. Wonder, but you can make a good argument for it, right? There's not many 3D platformers from a AAA coming out these days. Mario's a beloved thing. That this kind of shakes up the formula in any way is going to obviously be really endearing to people, so that's a big deal. I mean, Tears of the Kingdom, Breath of the Wild is a massive deal. This does really cool things with mechanics, and if you don't mind that they reused the whole map and killed the feeling of adventure and didn't change the story and the dungeons still suck, then like I could see an argument for it, right? Spider-Man, that's definitely more of you have to argue for attack. RE4 I think was really good. I don't mind it necessarily being up here. I think it's really solid. I don't think it was a game that ever needed it. It was made more for money than anything, but there was enough of a vision there and a coherent like desire to make it different that I think it's fine. So it's like I could see the argument for a lot of them there. I wouldn't put most of these here, but like that's what I meant earlier, where it's like you can kind of get away with putting all the big AAAs this year because like most of them could have a good argument because there's just that many to pick from. Harry Potter's not up here. Jedi Survivor's not up here, right? Stuff like that everybody was going all crazy about when they came out. Nobody's fucking talking. No, those aren't up here, right? Like you can pick quality, somewhat like solid visions in a AAA game this year pretty safely. Alan Wake 2 is probably very creative vision. I mean, it's probably really cool. This is the odd one for me. This is the one I can't make a good argument for, except on the tech side of things, and obviously the Sony, Spider-Man fanboy type of shit. But this is the big like tech, like money budget kind of stinker right here for me, Spider-Man. But the shoes, the Adidas branding. Where's the? Can we get the worst fucking game in the year, man? Like, come on, man. I mean, that would be some random stinker indie game with flipped assets, but like, worst like actual like published, like with an ounce of a budget kind of game, right? Calling up in there, Gollum, anything from Game Mill. Yeah, Redfall, the new Walking Dead game. Great year for bad games. But I mean, I get it, right? It just feels like, no way in fucking hell are the best games of the year, 100% hands down. There's nothing coming from the indie market, right? It's not true. I don't think anybody would believe it's not true, right? But this year, that's why it's got to stink, right? Like you just don't believe it. There's just obviously the talents of indie people and of all these people. It just happens to be that the smaller budget games just aren't as good this year. It's like, no, it's not the case at all. It just happens to be there's too many AAAs this year, and that you can make an argument for most of these, so like they could just fill it with AAAs and get away with it. It's fine. I get it. I get why you would say that like they're not worthy or something. I think this year they can get away with it because there just is that much stuff coming out. I think there should just be more in here or better subcategories, personally. Now it's like only 5. This one is so odd, man. Like, what is best game direction, dude? Like, what the fuck is that, man? Creative vision and innovation? This is the one that gets me. Is like, This is like where indies would live and breathe, but every fucking time it's always just some fucking like really Spider-Man using Bam-Ham combat and like typical open world like safe bullshit. Like that's not, that is, I mean, yes, it's on a technical level it's very impressive the way they use procedural AI bullshit to like make half of the fucking city and all that is, you know, it's cool there that you get to swing around and do all that shit, but like they've already done it twice before this. It's already been in games a bunch of times. This one just fully takes it to the peak of what you'd want. I mean, maybe it doesn't have the momentum you'd like, but it's not like a creative, outstanding, innovative vision. It's just like a technical, like impressive game. But there's games that are like technical, impressive, like Tears of the Kingdom, that have much more creativity, even though I have a big problem with Tears of the Kingdom. Yeah, it's Game of the Year minus RE4. And I would say RE4 in terms of like creative vision for a remake is better than fucking Marvel Spider-Man as its own, but yeah, it's just like stupid. It's one of those things I think you can logic yourself into a problem with some of these. It's like the indie category, right? Like like where is it? Best independent game. That's like best debut indie game. It's like you can't have any debut indie game that ends up in best independent game. Like you can't have any best independent game that happens to be their first not appear here, right? So like you have to have them. And it's just, so there's just like these weird like logic things where like if you don't do that, it just fundamentally doesn't even make fucking sense, right? So I feel like that's what happens with the best game direction one is like, well, these are the best games of the year. That means they've got to have the most outstanding creative vision and direction. So they have to be in there too. So that's why it's such a shit category. It's just kind of fucking redundant because they don't explain it very well and make it distinct. Viewfinder. I didn't play Viewfinder yet. I would like to try to do Dave the Diver before the VJs, but I'd have to buy it right now. And I don't want to buy Viewfinder, so. It made the rounds and like artsy, semi-mainstream indie shit. All of these have. All of these are like pretty known quantities if you listen to any like game journalism hubbub. Popular. They're popular indies. Yeah, I love how this says outside the traditional publisher system. This is Team 17, this is Thunderful, this is Annapurna, which is pretty big. This is Nexon. Sabotage is truly independent. With fucking Moonlighter, they were with Devolver, I think. Okay, but these are heckin' wholesome, fucking classy games, right? Not about some fucking fat Italian guy eating pizza, right? Don't you get it, man? Is this what you want video games to be represented by? A screaming Italian man here? Best comfy game? Might as well be the family one, right? Best action / adventure. Best action. Most people can't even decide on the semantics. To me, an action game is like character action type of shit. Like something almost purely focused on just raw, like just tight gameplay. But a lot of people would be like, oh, Diablo's an action game or something. So it's like, but then they have like action adventure, and it's just like what's the difference? The action adventure all of a sudden means every game was shooting. There's no, I mean, it's like fucking, it just doesn't even make sense, man. The criteria for these is not strict enough at all, in my opinion. They need to be much more strict, much more clear, comparing things that are much more distinct to really explore a particular kind of discourse or idea or discussion or whatever, what have you. Like best sim slash strategy? How does City Skyline compare to fucking Pikmin or Advanced Wars? They're just pick the most popular game out of this, right? Like just pick the best, regardless of like truly how they compare on like a level. Like, you know, I don't know, I think genre distinctions can kind of be bullshit, so I guess it's not a huge deal. But it's like if you were comparing RTSs, right? You'd want to compare them on, you know, maybe the grounds of what makes you know, what's supposed to make a good RTS or something like that. What pushes like strategy or thinking or throws like cool new stuff in there, or what throws everything in the kitchen sink in there, right? But it's like, how do you even like compare some of these, right? Like what are they even comparing at that point? Like if you don't care about genre distinctions, which I don't think it's important to, because I think it just limits what people could, you know, like if you're like as a dev or something, like cares too much about genre distinctions, it's just going to limit what you can make. I don't think they truly matter. But for an award show, if you're going to put them on here, which this does, right? Sports slash racing, you know, you have to have some kind of ground to compare them on, some kind of criteria, some kind of like why, like why do I want to why do I want to compare sports games? Like what is it about them, right? You know, is it about how real they get, just the feel of the gameplay? You know, what is it about sports that matters? Is it how creative it is? Is there, you know, this is going arcadey in a world that's all immersive sports games. So like that's kind of neat. You know, is it the times? I just don't think this asks any of those questions. They just put the fucking games on here with a genre tag. I don't think anybody's like exploring the genre. Like I said, regardless of if the genre tags truly matter in games, which I don't think they do, it's a way to help discuss stuff, and that's kind of what these are. But I feel like it's just so poorly thrown in here. I like 5 levels pizza and various currently pizza is better than any of these. I still need to play it. Barely has any story in the only package you translate languages. Games for Impact. I mean, let's be real. Games for Impact is just a brownie point. Or even is it? It's just to make gaming look more, you know, it's not just fucking, you know, weebs and sweaties getting crazy, right? Look, there's emotion in video games, which you could, I mean, that's been a thing forever, right? That it's all of a sudden somehow some new thing is just bizarre, right? People have been touched by stories all the way back to like old fucking JRPGs and shit in games, right? Now you could tell stories of that are more maybe robust, and you know, there's so many people making games, you could cover so many different issues. But, and I mean, I'm not saying it shouldn't be in here, right? Like that's fine. You want to cover something that's topical or some kind of social something of the times, or that tells a story that's maybe untraditional to games, or that leverages video games in a way that, you know, that's special or something. That, I guess that's different. That's more of a creative thing. But I kind of feel like it's just there for brownie points, though. I don't know if it's quite... I mean, it's fine to have, but... I don't know if I don't know if they're like... how much they're digging on some of these, but... Impact! Oh. God, I love that shit. Oh, really? Chance of scenarios like that? I mean, if Games for Impact was like, you know, games that like... I mean, this says thought-provoking, pro-social, so it's not supposed to just be emotional, right? Like, Door Dog Nate got me emotional or something. Like, this is like some kind of like, you know... we're pushing society forward, the boundaries, something like that. I don't really get where Chia would be there. I mean, it's celebrating a particular culture, but it also has like sci-fi goofy alien dudes like sucking people dry and all that. So it's not quite... I mean, there's people who die, but I mean, there's people who die in all sorts of games, right? I guess it's more that it's made by a certain culture that celebrates that culture a bit. I get it. I don't think it's super effective. I think Venba's not too bad. This deserves to be here. It explores some stuff about, you know, being an immigrant or kind of like adapting to cultures and, you know, how your kids are going to be raised a certain way and that's going to go against your own traditions and if that's right or wrong and what you should do and, you know, your family's all gone and stuff. I think that's it does work there, right? But yeah, it's like if Chance of Sonar, it's like, it's like just angsty games or something. And I was just like, Spider-Man fits more. Yeah, I don't know. It's just odd. That's my thing is like when you see it not quite like when you see the cracks start to show, it makes it just feel like it's for brownie points more than it is truly like somebody trying to be like, you know, what is really like, you know, pushing the boundaries of like, you know, some kind of pro-social message through the medium of video games. And it's like, I don't know. I mean, you could just say it's like they just fucked up on one, or maybe somebody got something different out of it. I didn't play Chances, so I don't know. But I feel like when the more you see little issues like that, like the game direction and the genre mashups, you lose a little bit more respect, and you wonder how much of it's like brownie points, or yeah, you know. I mean, I'm not saying someone's paying their way there, but you know, that's where people start mentioning that kind of shit. Like this is like such a fucking, like this feels like pure corporate, right? Like I'm surprised it doesn't have a fucking sponsor on it. It's like, yes, video game adaptations and other mediums are a big deal these days. There's a lot of money going into them. But that's my thing, is like a lot of them are just to make a buck, to make like PlayStation, like how most of these are Sony. Like 3 of these are Sony, and then it's like one's like Nintendo. Like, is there some really awesome vision in these? Are these really like forwarding games somehow? Or, you know, like it's just that they're popular, right? That's what this category exists for. It's popular. Like people talk about these, and I get it. You want to get people to view your shit, right? You know, this does have a foot in video games, right? But it's just like, yeah, I don't know about Cassette. I mean, this is just all of them this year, essentially. I mean, like, it's one of those, right? It's like, you just, what else we got? Hey, man, it's not just him, and I'm not saying but I'm just saying it's not like these are some fucking full corrupted thing. I just think maybe there's, you know, other forces at work there. Pressures, or, you know, other people you gotta work with, or, you know, silver linings in terms of like needing funds and shit. I don't know. I'm just talking when I hear the man talking on podcasts, man. Like I said, I think these are fundamentally kind of fucked, and it could be way better. But you can't deny that there's like some effort to like have some kind of like, you know, desire for video game validity here, like, you know, that there's some kind of passion here in some kind of way, right? Like it's like, come on, it's not like some pure fucking corporate thing, right? Like that's kind of what I mean when I was talking earlier. It's like you look at like, you know, the average, like, you know, somebody who needs to get views to make money and review stuff, like they're just going to, you know, probably follow the currents, which is dictated by probably like big companies and shit, and then you'll get your sporadic indies that, you know, hit flavor of the month and stuff in there. And it's like, so of course an award show is going to end up that way too. So it's like, is it that those people are like fucked somehow? It's like, not necessarily. It's like, I mean, maybe they know better a little bit, but it's like, you know, that's just kind of how it ends up. So it's like, that's kind of dictates a lot of this. Like I said, I think there's a lot of work that could be done in this to just make it better regardless, but I don't think it's like some, you know, people just, you know, Jeff Keighley doesn't like games or something, and this is just pure fucking like, like, just absolute pure corporate fucking like handouts. Like, it might not be on the level I'd like. It might not even be close, but I'm trying to say that I don't think, I forget this game's co-op. I'm just saying the guy seems like he like, yeah, has a passion for games, likes games, has some good intentions there. I just don't think it like works out perfect for me, and I don't think it's 100% like. Without its influence, probably. I think if anything, if there was just influence, I was like, I don't want to start like getting into like fucking Illuminati, like conspiracy, like, oh, I bet it's really this way. This person's really like some sick evil fuck. If anything, I would bet the biggest pressure is popularity. You run a show, you want to get big announcements, you want to make it big. You know, this is the big claim to fame. You got a whole team of people that you got to pay and stuff. Like, he's got a lot of people working for him and shit like that. I wouldn't be surprised if, like, if there's a little bit of a pressure at the minimum, it's probably, like, picking things that are popular. You throw in your extra categories to throw, like a bone out to, like, more independent stuff, or, you know, stuff that makes games seem a little bit more valid as, like, an art form or some kind of medium like that, like games for impact and stuff, and then you kind of just, you know,
Hey!
I wouldn't say toe the line, but, like, there's probably if you're thinking about it, not like a pressure there. Like I said, you could make arguments about AAA truly being the best stuff. I think if you're really playing a lot of shit every year, it's really unlikely you'd believe that. But, like, some people, that's just it, man. Like what you see coming out of, like, a Sony is, like, just because of, like, graphics or something, like, you know, like, that's it. I don't think that's what's valuable in the medium at all, is just pure budget. I think that's such a surface level thing, but there's people who, like, truly believe that and really love games, right? Like, they're just on, like, a different kind of spectrum of loving it, I guess. This is just all hypothetical shit. I have no fucking idea.
Sorry.
I'm not saying everybody's an awesome, perfect, all best intentions person working the jury, but I'm saying there's probably plenty that, for all intents and purposes, do have intentions, and that's maybe could explain how some of those nominees end up how they are. That wasn't too much damage, but maybe we'll still get it. I'm hopping off.
Got it.
It doesn't represent Rondo Bloodwell at all. The animation is shit. I only watched the first season of Castlevania anime. I mean, it was alright. I think a video game adaptation shouldn't even be there on that list. I think it's just goofy. That one feels like the most, like, it's there for popularity, it's there because Sony paid him kind of vibe, right? Because people do sit there and talk about it a lot, like, well, of course we gotta have those there. It has to do with video games, but it's like it's really like repping, like, what's essentially just some big corp, like, fucking pushing their multimedia with, like, mediocre bullshit really worth, like, repping. Yeah, I only saw the first, so I really can't say too much. I heard the Last of Us one was good. I mean, my thing is, like, why rep those? Like, when video games are already, like, aren't we celebrating them as, like, an actual storytelling medium and all that already? Like, isn't that kind of part of the whole deal, right? It's like, why would we, like, give an award to, like, a video game adaptation? It's like, and that was my thing with The Last of Us. I don't want to watch a Last of Us movie. I could just play The Last of Us again. It's not even, like, that dissimilar to, like, a TV show, right? It's very episodic in nature. It's fucking definitely as long as a TV show, right? So it's just like, I just don't care. And it's like, I guess it doesn't hurt to have an award for it. It's just like, when all the other awards, there's enough problems there for me. It's like, is that really need to be added in, right? Like, it's like, but I mean, they don't see the other ones as like a problem, right? And you want to have some kind of parity with like the last years, right? So that you can be like, oh, you know, this won this year. Well, what won that in this year? Well, it's like, well, it doesn't exist this year. I was like, well, you don't want that. But I mean, you have to say fuck it at that point if the category sucks. Best video game adaptation of a movie award? Maybe King Kong would win. I mean, Gollum. Wouldn't it be funny if Gollum won that? A adaptation of a book gets adapted back into like a movie adaptation of a book gets adapted back into a game. Oh, it's like the Lord of the Rings games, man, if they won like back in the day or something, right? Best video game adaptation of a movie of a book or something. How deep does the adaptation train go, right? I just think it's a criteria that's not interesting to like. I mean, it could be fun to talk about. Like I've thought about doing like a movie game, you know, event, but it's not like a big fat like classy, you know. Like award show for games, like I don't think so there. How much can the quality of the original degrade? Yeah. Can we get, I want one of those. Isn't there supposed to be like an award show like that where it's just like, isn't there the Razzies? What are they called? Isn't there some like joke one for games? Like how bad it is or something. That would be funny. How deep down the adaptation rabbit hole are we? The award for most deleted adaptation from the original. I mean, we're getting to that point. The amount of remakes, adaptations, and taking of IP and turning them into a new thing, right? Like, how far away from the original vision can we get, right? Like just how long is it going to take, man? How far can we go? Games keep going as they are now, especially in the AAA world. I mean, maybe we'll find out. You need to start making remakes of remakes and reboots of reboots and stuff, and that's when we really hit the big time. Yeah, see, that's what I mean. It's like all that is just a way to make some kind of like I want to kill this moth maniac, but I might accidentally kill him. Oh, yeah, okay. Oh well. I think I'm about to get the moth maniac. Yeah, that's my thing, is like, it's not like VTubers are like some medium or something. I mean, if they're discussing them as like a, you know, on some grounds of like, you know, how charitable or how much, you know, social movements they've made for people and that kind of shit, like, I mean, maybe. But if it's just like what is the criteria for best VTuber? Like, if it's just like, my favorite VTuber, it's like, well, yeah, it's just going to be who has the most vocal fan base, who has the most fans, right? Like, then it's just a